Good evening, everyone. Let me call to order this meeting of the West Palm Beach City Commission. Today is Monday, September 29th, 2025. The time is 5 p.m. We will start this meeting off as we do all of our meetings with a moment of silence, please. Madam President, could you please lead us in Pledge of Allegiance? Let me remind everyone of the rules of civility and decorum which govern meetings of this body. Officials shall be recognized by the chair and shall not interrupt the speaker. Public comment shall be addressed to the City Commission as a whole and not to any individual in the dais or in the audience. Displays of anger, rudeness, ridicule, impatience, lack of respect, and personal attacks are strictly prohibited. Unauthorized remarks from the audience, stamping of feet, whistles, yells, and similar demonstrations should not be permitted. Please govern yourselves accordingly, as offenders may be removed from the meeting. Also, anyone wishing to speak shall complete a comment card for each agenda item the person wishes to address, and that card shall include the person's full name, address, and the number of agenda item. Note that if the card is not filled out in its entirety, it will not be recognized. Thank you. Madam City Administrator, are there any additions, deletions, reorganization of the agenda?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. We'll now turn to an appointment item 6.1. Commission approval is requested for the mayor's reappointment of Leo R. Perry to the Library Board for a term of 3 years to expire on July 20th, 2028. Mr. Perry has served over the maximum allowed number of terms and is required that the City Commission confirm his reappointment. I'll entertain a motion.
Mayor, I move approval of the reappointment of Leo R. Perry to the Library Board for a term of 3 years to expire on July 20th, 2028.
It's been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Discussion. Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, like sign. Hearing no opposition, motion carries unanimously. Thank you. We'll now turn to the consent calendar, items 7.1 through 7.13. Any questions, comments on consent? Items 7.1 through 7.13. Any cards? Okay. Hearing none, I will entertain a motion.
Mayor, I move approval of the consent calendar items 7.1 to 7.13.
It's been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Discussion. Hearing none. All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, like sign. Hearing no opposition, motion carries unanimously. Thank you. We'll now turn to item 8.1, public hearing and second reading of ordinance number 5142-25, establishing a city ordinance for the implementation and operation of a school zone speeding enforcement program in accordance with Florida House Bill 657, codified in Chapter 316 Florida State Statute, and Resolution number 192-25, designating police department staff to serve as clerk to the local hearing officer for hearings related to enforcement of the city school zone speeding enforcement regulations. Assistant Chief.
Mayor, Commissioners, this is the second reading. There are no changes to the ordinance other than we went through and did a survey of the schools in the city that are already designated as school zones. We listed them alphabetically, Alexander Dreyfus all the way through Yeager.
Since this is being taped, please state your name for the record.
I'm sorry,
please.
Assistant Chief Tony Spatera with the Police Department.
Okay.
So I'll start again. There's no additions to the ordinance other than we went through and added schools that are already designated as school speed zones. We listed them alphabetically. starting with Alexander Dreyfus School of the Arts, down to Yeager, and then Northborough, Northmore, Palmetto, Pleasant City, Rosarian, Roosevelt Middle School, Roosevelt Elementary, St. Juliana's, UB Kinsey, and Westward. There are a few schools in the city that are not designated as school safety zones, and those are mostly high schools: Forest Hill High School, Oxbridge Academy, which is in the Sheriff's Office jurisdiction, but it borders West Palm, Palm Beach Lakes High, Turning Point, Renaissance, Cardinal Newman, and St. Anne's. One other question that came up was, what does it take to designate a school as a school safety zone? And I brought the traffic engineer, Veronica Altuve, to explain that. It's based on a Florida state statute.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, Commission, Mayors, City Administrator, Veronica Altuve, City Traffic Engineer. Florida Statute 316.1895, that provides the guidelines for the establishment of schools. And one of the requirements in the Florida statute is that it must be based on the Florida Department of Transportation speed zoning for highway, roads, and streets in Florida. So that manual specifies what it needs to happen in order to make that designation. One of the requirements is to provide an engineering study, and that engineering study, we need to collect the speed of the vehicles, we need to collect the gap of the vehicles. That means, the distance between vehicles that potentially will allow people to cross the street safely, and the type of pedestrian activity that we have in the area, whether or not we have existing pedestrian equipment for people to cross the area safely or not. So there is an engineering study that needs to be prepared and presented to the Florida Department of Transportation for their concurrence. And typically, only public or private elementary, middle schools, or federally funded Head Start facilities get the designation for the school speed zones. Now, high schools is on a case-by-case basis. And the reason for that, it's because the high schools are taller kids. They have, let me backtrack. The elementary kids and the middle school kids, they're shorter, so they're less visible to the drivers. They have less understanding of the traffic control devices and how to use them, and therefore it's mainly for the elementary and the middle schools, and not so much for the high school. The high school, there has to be some very strong, compelling argument for installation of the school speed zones in those areas. But that's basically, in the nutshell, the guidelines to establish the school speed zones.
Very good. Thank you. Any questions? Assistant Chief, are you finished with your presentation?
I did, but if you
No,
want
I just wanted to make sure. President Lambert?
Thank you so much for the presentation. That was very interesting about the high schools and that they're typically not designated school zones. Maybe for a later discussion, I think it's worth a discussion on whether or not some of our high schools that are in, just our city areas that are highly trafficked. I know, I pass Forest Hill High School every day, and I think that's a pretty dangerous area that might warrant a look at that in the future. But I know that's not what our agenda item is today, but I appreciate the explanation on that. And so I just, Chief, wanted to follow up and make sure I understood that we are now including any school, public or private, that has a school zone?
Correct. Any school that is designated as a school safety zone. There is one more step before we would move forward with the camera, that we have to designate it as there's an additional danger, but that would be done during the permitting process to install the camera.
Okay, great. And I know that there was some discussion in the first reading about working with the vendor and making sure that they'd still be working with us on all these schools, because my understanding is they're covering the cost of the equipment and the installation.
So we're going to go towards the RFP process as opposed to piggybacking off of an existing contract.
Great, excellent, thank you.
Any other questions, Commissioner Fox and Commissioner Peduzzi?
Thank you so much. Would you mind turning back to the slide that showed the schools that are not designated? So, okay, I just want to be clear that from the engineering perspective, that the steps that would need to be taken in order for these to be designated, is that something that we're moving forward with, or that you need our input to decide on? Or I know you mentioned that high schools often are not considered, but I think St. Anne's is a middle school. Renaissance Charter School might be more than high school. I mean, I would personally like all of these schools to be, to at least try to be designated. So I just want to clarify what you said. Are we moving forward with trying to get a designation, or that's up to us to decide if we want to move forward?
So it's up to you to decide if you want to move forward with us designating the remaining middle schools and elementary schools, and we can start the process of doing the evaluation in order to prepare the justification for the designation. We can certainly do it.
Okay. I would like to. I don't see any reason why not, but obviously that's.
And on that vein, Palm Beach Lakes High, I have a resident that did call me last week on Friday that she was very concerned in the area of Flagler Drive, that there's a lot of parents dropping off kids on the south side of the road, and they are crossing the street to go to the high school unprotected. And there's also a lot of people speeding in the area, and there is she says that there's a lot of issues with the queuing from the school, that they're not containing the queuing for the drop-off and pick-up on site, and they're queuing pretty far away on Shiloh. So I'm in the process of starting that specific evaluation. Now, I did contact the Florida Department of Transportation because Military Trail, that high school, is on the northeast corner of Military Trail and Shiloh Road. Flagler Drive. So Military Trail is a state jurisdiction road, so I contact them, and then they told me that they were going to take a look at enforcement first and do observations, because Military Trail and Shiloh is a signalized intersection that does have the pedestrian equipment for the kids to cross Military Trail, and they're choosing not to. So they're going to go out there and try and do observations on Military Trail to assess that situation and to promote the kids using the signalized intersection at least. But certainly I'm going to start the process of evaluating Flagler Drive to understand exactly what's happening and if in fact we need a speed zone area there as well.
Any follow-up?
Thank you. Well, I appreciate that this is coming forward, and I think we should prioritize safety for all of our schools. So if it was up to me, I would say move forward with trying to get the designation for all of them, but that is just my opinion. Thank you.
Commissioner Baduzzi.
Thank you. I had similar questions as Commissioner Fox. I agree that if we can bring those schools that are able to be brought into compliance and include them in the program, I think that would make sense. But I also want to thank you for taking the time and the effort to include all of the private schools as well as the public schools in this endeavor. I think that it is really important for safety of our kids to implement this program. So thank you.
Any other comments or questions? All right, we do have one card. Michael Cleveland.
Good evening, and thank you. Michael Cleveland, West Palm. When a child leaves home for school in the mornings, the parent doesn't consider how tall they are. They're going for an education. They're hoping that their child be safe from leaving and returning home safe. I think that all schools should be designated with the speed zone camera. All schools in this county, in the state. There's no reason why, if the crossing guard crosses adults that are not in school across the street on all corners, certainly it should be a camera for whatever size kid there is. My other concern would be the speed, as we talked last time. The speed is cited 10 miles over the existing 20. So a car can go actually 30 before they get the ticket. If a kid get hit with a 20, or with a car running 20, it goes to the hospital. 30, it might be dead. That needs to be looked at. And Mayor, quite frankly, I'm not sure if you have a committee to address the schools in this area, in your city, a committee that handles this, oversees it, but it might be something you might want to think about. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Any other questions or comments? If not, I'll entertain a motion.
Mayor, I move to approve ordinance number 5142-25.
It's been moved. Is there a second? It's been moved and seconded. Discussion. Hearing none. Madam Clerk, can you read the ordinance, please?
Ordinance number 5142-25, an ordinance of the City Commission of the City of West Palm Beach, Florida, amending Chapter 86, Traffic and Parking, Article 3, Operation of Vehicles, creating Division 6, School Speed Zoning Regulations, Section 86-203 Definitions, Section 86-204 Findings, Section 86-205 Purpose and Intent, Section 86-206 Use of Speed Detection Systems, Section 86-207 School Zones with Heightened Safety Risk, Section 86-208 Authorizing Traffic Enforcement Officers to issue uniform traffic citations, Section 86-209 Adopting Notice, Penalty, and Appeal Provisions provided in Chapter 316.1896 Florida Statutes, Section 86-210 Signage and Public Awareness Campaign, and Section 86-211 Annual Reporting, providing a conflicts clause, providing a severability clause, providing a codification clause, and providing an effective date, and for other purposes.
All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, like sign. Hearing no opposition, motion carries unanimously. President Lambert.
Mayor, I move approval of resolution number 192-25.
It's been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Discussion. Hearing none. All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, like sign. Hearing no opposition, motion carries unanimously. Thank you. We'll now turn to item 8.2, public hearing and second reading of ordinance number 5143-25, authorizing the sale of city-owned property located at 2410 North Australian Avenue in the amount of $660,000 for the development of an employee-based workforce housing project. Ms. Spence.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. For the record, I'm Kimberly Spence, the Interim Director of Housing and Community Development. This is the second reading of this ordinance, and there were no changes since the first reading, but I'll be happy to take any questions if there are any tonight.
Thank you. Any questions, comments, Commissioners? Any cards on this? All right. Hearing none, I will entertain a motion.
I move approval of ordinance number 5143-25 on second reading.
It's been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Discussion? Hearing none. Madam Clerk, can you read the ordinance, please?
Ordinance number 5143-25, an ordinance of the City Commission of the City of West Palm Beach, Florida, authorizing the sale of city-owned property located at 2410 North Australian Avenue, approving a sale and purchase agreement, workforce housing agreement, and related easements between BDG Land Company, LLC, and the City of West Palm Beach to facilitate the development of an employee-based workforce housing project, providing an effective date and for other purposes.
All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, like sign. Hearing no objections, the motion carries unanimously. Thank you. We'll now turn to item 8.3, public hearing of resolution number 246-25, approving an interlocal agreement between the City of West Palm Beach and Palm Beach County for the imposition and collection of transportation capacity impact fees. Mr. Fana.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners. For the record, Armando Fana, Assistant City Administrator. So I'm here before you this afternoon to present to you an interlocal between the city and the county regarding mobility fees for the city. Just a quick, before we get started, I wanted to thank some staff and individuals who are really helpful in this endeavor, which has been going on for many months. First, our city employees, starting with our city attorney and others from the city attorney's office, staff and development services, Jessica Keller, who's our parking and mobility administrator, Louis Rotundo, who provided technical assistance to the city, and in the audience here, as well as a thank you to the county staff that we've been working with over the past few months, particularly a shout out to my counterpart, Patrick Rudder in the county, who was very helpful in getting this draft to the finish line. So kind of go back in time a little bit and how the genesis of this, and that is in 2024, there was legislation that was introduced and passed by the state that provided for a requirement that's when there is a new development and there is going to be an imposition of transportation impact fees, that there be a interlocal between the city and the county that establishes the terms and conditions for mitigation of capacity impacts that have to do with transportation. Go back to May of this year, this body approved ordinance number 5130-25, which approved the downtown mobility technical assistance report. It implemented the mobility fee ordinance and fee schedule, which became effective August 2nd. What was missing during this period of time between now and August 2nd was the interlocal with the county, which is what we're bringing forth today with Resolution 24625. And what this interlocal does, it defines the traffic mitigation projects that both the city and the county would undertake within the city's jurisdiction. It also establishes the calculation formula for the mobility fee and how that fee is collected and distributed between the city and the county. So again, going back in time a little bit, how this has worked over the years is the county had a road impact fee that's been in place for many years. If you look at the map area there, number 2 outlined, that was the area by which within the city of West Palm Beach jurisdiction, the county would collect its transportation impact fee. However, it covered an area much larger than the city of West Palm Beach, includes parts of unincorporated Palm Beach County, includes Mangonia Park, Town of Palm Beach, Haverhill, and Lake Worth Beach. So over the years, millions of dollars have been collected within the city of West Palm Beach jurisdiction, particularly downtown. Those dollars have typically not come back to the city in the form of transportation impact mitigation projects in the city's jurisdiction, especially downtown. We haven't seen many, if any, projects that were funded by the county within the downtown area. And how it worked is the county would collect the fee. We would not issue a building permit to the developer until the developer showed that they provided payment to the county for the fee. So fast forwarding to what we have now, this is a map you may have recalled from when we came back to you a couple months ago, or we came to you a couple months ago on the mobility fee. This is the downtown mobility fee assessment area. So within this area shaded in green would be where the collection of the fee would occur for projects that are within this area. As I mentioned in the previous slide, the county road impact fee was collected by the county prior to the city issuing the building permit. In this case, the city is going to be the entity that's going to collect the fee within this area and other areas that I'll talk about later. And then we will have there's a formula that I'll get to in a second that how we distribute those dollars within the city and also to the county for county projects within this area. So you have two things. One is the area that I just showed you, which is the assessment area, and then you have the benefit district. They're generally the same, but the benefit district is where you would be able to use the dollars that you collect in the assessment area. So for the downtown assessment area that I showed you before, this map here shows you the areas where we would potentially spend the dollars for traffic mitigation projects. And the only difference between the one you just saw and this one is there are areas a little bit west on Okeechobee Boulevard. Makes sense since Okeechobee is one of the major corridors entering downtown that we would do projects, potentially do projects out by Okeechobee. And it also goes down along Flagler Drive to the south end of the city because again, Flagler is a way to come in and out of downtown. And there would be potentially in the future, you'd have expanded sidewalks or bike lanes in that area where we could do projects that would be funded through the downtown assessment area. This is an example that we actually presented to you when we came with the mobility plan for downtown, and I wanted to use this example again. because it shows the significance of the dollars, number one, but it also shows, I can kind of talk about how it would be broken out. So the one Flagler project, the county collected approximately $1.3 million in county transportation impact fees. If we were to apply the formula that we have now to this same project, the city would have been collecting 1.2 million, a little over 1.2. So a little bit lower than the county fee. When we looked at the projects that the county has presented to us that they are potentially doing within downtown, combined with the projects the city is doing in downtown, and adding those dollar amounts for the estimate, what we've come out with is 21.5% of the total cost of the projects within the downtown area would be on county roads. So in this example, if we would have collected the 1.2 million, 21.5% of that would go to the county for their projects. The rest stays with the city for our projects. But in both cases, the projects occur within the assessment or the benefit area of downtown. So they're staying in the city's jurisdiction, which is totally different than we had before. So a couple of examples of projects that we've already identified for downtown, both city and county. So for example, in that last example I just gave you, 1.2 million, the city could use some of that for Fern Street crossing project or for improvements on North Sapodilla from Banyan to 10th Street, which we've identified as areas that we're going to look at for projects. The county has provided some projects, including traffic signal upgrades. These would be for smart signalization within downtown. And they've actually, they're pretty close to implementing a pilot project on Okeechobee and Parker Avenue, Tamarin Avenue, for smart signalization, but that would be eventually expanded throughout downtown. They have the funding for that intersection, but not for the rest. So our fee would help, not completely fund, but would help to fund that project. Another example for the county would be a Palm Beach Lakes Bridge renovation project. They're expanding pedestrian and bike lane capacity on that bridge. So some of the dollars that they would need for that specific part of the project are included in the calculation of that 21.5% that I mentioned previously. So we've talked about downtown, and you've already approved the downtown mobility plan update. You've approved the fee schedule for downtown. And the interlocal agreement that's presented before you this evening details how the projects and assessment area for downtown would be the methodology for that. But it also details the methodology for the rest of the city. What we don't have yet is the mobility plan for the areas outside of downtown. Those are being worked on now, and we will bring those to the City Commission, we expect before the end of the calendar year. And that will include the projects outside of downtown that the city has identified, along with county projects within our jurisdiction that we would, again, do this formula with the county to split the dollars. This is kind of a preview of what the map looks like, which is basically the entire city with the exception of areas west of Florida Turnpike, because most of those areas are planned developments where there's no expectation that there's going to be any new development in those areas for the next few decades, and a couple of pockets north of 45th Street as well where there's planned developments. But generally the whole city, besides those areas, will be part of this new assessment that'll come to you, and at which point we would then adopt the mobility fee for those areas. Now, kind of next steps here. We've got, as I mentioned, the mobility plan and fee outside of the downtown that's under development and will be presented to you before the end of the year. We've got to do a comprehensive plan amendment as well, which is underway. Amend this interlocal, and this interlocal, by the way, does provide for authority for the mayor to be able to execute any amendments, because this was done very quickly. And we were trying to build in as much flexibility so we can go back to the county and make amendments as needed, particularly the projects. Projects get added, get subtracted, things may change. So we want to have the flexibility, not have to come back to City Commission every time we want to add a project or subtract a project. And then hopefully November, December, we would adopt the citywide mobility fee. Also wanted to add that one of the reasons why we're here before you today for this, as opposed to waiting until we have the entire city mobility plan and fee drawn out is that the state statute requires for the interlocal to be in place prior to October 1st of this year, or both the city and county would incur a 10%, basically a 10% reduction in the fee that the developers would not have to pay. So it's in our best interest to get this signed, sealed, and delivered by October 1st. The county commission will be bringing this to their Board of County Commissioners tomorrow, at tomorrow's meeting. So both of us will be meeting the October 1st deadline. And with that, staff recommends approval of the resolution, and I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Fauna. Thank you and your team, city employees, for getting this across the finish line before the October 1st deadline. I also want to publicly thank the county for working with us to get this done. We appreciate the efforts of the new county administrator and his team for working with us in a collaborative effort to reach what I think is a good result. Let me ask you a question. Go back to slide 6. All right, I just want to...
Oh, I pass it? Right.
Yeah, I just want to make sure I understand. So the money we collect from the county, am I correct in understanding that 21.5% of the fees we get from the county will be distributed to county road projects within the downtown area?
So these are fees that we would collect from the developers. So
Right.
they're paying the impact fee, and the 21% of that, yes, would go to county for county projects within that zone. So in this example, within downtown.
Okay, all right, I just want to clarify that.
And Mayor, just to add to your comments about the county, I believe, even though there's urgency here with October 1st, I believe we're one of the first in the entire state to actually have an interlocal in place with the county. There's a couple other small cities that are going along with us in tomorrow's county commission meeting, but this is a pretty big step. A lot of cities throughout the state haven't even been paying attention to this. So.
And I know that you have been very attentive to this since the statute passed in Tallahassee. And that's why I wanted to certainly public thank you and all the people behind the scenes here at the city, and also Administrator Abruzzo and his team for helping us get this over the finish line within the designated time period. Any other questions, comments? President Lambert?
Thank you. I, too, want to comment on just how transformational this will be for our city to ensure that the city sees the benefit of the impact fees on truly the areas that are most impacted. So thank you so much for that. I did just have a question about, I think it was on slide 9.
That's 9 right there.
Yep, thank you. So I just want to make sure I understand that you're saying that we could amend the interlocal agreement to include projects outside of downtown, but that the impact area where we collect those areas would also have to be from outside of downtown. Is that correct?
Yes. So this is that once downtown is done, we have both the assessment and impact areas. Once we come back to you with the new citywide mobility plan, it will include subtracting that area there in green, because that's downtown. All these other shaded areas would then be assessment areas, and then there will be corresponding impact areas where the projects would occur.
Okay, so if the assessment area is in the north or the south end of the city, then the impact areas, that the benefit areas will be the same.
Correct.
Okay, great.
Yep.
Thank you so much.
Commissioner Fox?
Thank you so much. This is really exciting, and thank you for working so quickly to get this done. To be the first in the state is exciting, and I know that we have a lineup of projects that we're already looking forward to funding. So my question is about the funding, just because we have been in budget season and we're already talking about how we can be a little bit more efficient going into the next year. Can you talk about the impacts on the budget? Would these projects that we'll be funding with the impact fee, would we have been using dollars from the general fund had we not had this moving forward?
Yeah, not necessarily. I'll give you an example. The Fern Street crossing, that's a project where we've gone to the state for appropriations. We were able to get some last year. Grants, it depends on the project. Maybe some smaller streetscape projects where we're expanding a bike lane potentially we could have, but generally speaking, these would be grant dollars that we would try to go after for these larger projects, state appropriations, or gas tax.
Thank you so much.
Any other questions on this item?
I would like to
Yes.
add a footnote to Mr. Fauna's comments about the potential to have backfilled this from the general fund. Historically, the city has not funded capital improvements out of its general fund. Within the last 3 to 4 years where we established a capital funding program, that is from one-time dollars, which is the general fund, but that has been from one-time dollars, not as part of our operating budget. So this is not money that would have been able to be freed up to go toward any other source of funding.
Any other questions or comments? Any cards? Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion.
Mayor, I move approval of resolution number 246-25.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Discussion. Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, like sign. Hearing no opposition, motion carries unanimously. Thank you. We will now turn to the quasi-judicial portion of our meeting. And commissioners, I need you to make your disclosures, please. We'll begin with you, Commissioner Peduzzi.
Thank you, Mayor. As to items 9.1, 9.2, 9.3, I have had ex parte communications with the representatives of the developers and principals. I have not received written communications. I have not conducted an investigation. I have not made a site visit, nor have I received any expert opinions. I request that these disclosures and all written communications be made a part of the record.
Commissioner Fox.
As to items 9.1, 9.2, 9.3, I have had ex parte communications with representatives of the applicants. I have not received written communications. I have not conducted an investigation. I have not made a site visit. I have not received expert opinions. I request that these disclosures and all written communications be made part of the record.
President Lambert.
Thank you. As to item 9.1, I have had ex parte communications with representatives of the applicant. I have not received written communications. I have not made an investigation. I have not made a site visit, and I have not received expert opinions. As to items 9.2 and 9.3, I have had ex parte communications with applicants' representatives. I have not received written communications. I have not conducted an investigation. I have made site visits, and I have not received expert opinions. I request that these disclosures and all written communications be made part of the record.
Commissioner Ward.
As to item 9.1, I have had ex parte communications with representatives of the applicant and representatives of the community. I have not received written communications. I have not conducted an investigation. I have made a site visit. I have not received expert opinions. As to item 9.2, I have had ex parte communications with representatives of the applicant and community members. I have received written communications from residents and other community members. I have not conducted an investigation. I have made a site visit. I have not received expert opinions. As to item 9.3, I have had ex parte communications with representatives of the applicant. I have not received written communications. I have not conducted an investigation. I have made a site visit. I have not received expert opinions. I request that these disclosures and all written communications be made part of the record.
Commissioner Warren.
As to items 9.1 and 9.3, I have had ex parte communications with the representative of the applicant. I have not received written communications. I have not conducted an investigation. I have not made a site visit. I have not received expert opinions. As to item 9.2, I have had ex parte communications with the applicant and their representative. I have received written communications in the form of email from the public. I have not conducted an investigation. I have not made a site visit. I have not received expert opinions. I request that these disclosures and all written communications be made part of the record.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, can you swear in all witnesses, please?
Would everyone wishing to speak on items 9.1 through 9.3 please stand and raise your right hand? Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
Thank you. Turn to item 9.1, public hearing and second reading of ordinance number 5140-25 regarding a future land use map amendment to change a future land use designation of approximately 2.46 acres, located 2410, 2460, and 2508 North Australian Avenue from Community Service CS and Commercial C to Multifamily MF, and public hearing and second reading of ordinance number 5141-25 regarding a rezoning to change the zoning designation of approximately 2.46 acres located at 2410, 2460, and 2508 North Australian Avenue from Recreation and Open Space, ROS, and Neighborhood Commercial, NC, to Multifamily High Density Residential, MF32.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. For the record, my name is Kevy DeFrank, Senior Planner with the City's Development Services Department. And for this item, this is the second reading of both ordinances, and no changes have been made since the first reading. And that's it from staff.
Thank you very much. Any questions, comments on this item? Do we have any cards? Okay. Hearing no comments or questions, I will entertain a motion.
I move approval of ordinance number 5140-25, a future land use map amendment to change the future land use designation of approximately 2.46 acres located at 2410, 2460, and 2508 North Australian Avenue from Community Service CS and Commercial C to Multifamily MF. This motion is based upon the factual testimony presented, the application submitted, the staff report, the recommendation of the Planning Board, and the findings that the request meets the changed assumption standard of future land use policy 1.1.5 of the city's comprehensive plan.
Thank you. It's been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Discussion. Hearing none. Madam Clerk, can you read the ordinance, please?
Ordinance number 5140-25, an ordinance of the City Commission of the City of West Palm Beach, Florida, amending the future land use map of the comprehensive plan of the City of West Palm Beach, Florida by changing the future land use designation of 3 parcels located on the east side of North Australian Avenue, south of 25th Street and north of North Mangonia Drive, approximately 2.46 acres from Community Service CS and Commercial C to Multifamily MF, declaring the proposed amendment to the future land use map to be consistent with all other elements of a comprehensive plan of the city, providing for an effective date and for other purposes.
All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, like sign. Hearing no opposition, motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Commissioner Ward.
I move approval of ordinance number 5141-25, a rezoning to change the zoning designation of approximately 2.46 acres located at 2410, 2460, and 2508 North Australian Avenue from Recreational Open Space, ROS, and Neighborhood Commercial, NC, to Multifamily High Density Residential, MF32. This motion is based upon the application submitted, the staff report, factual testimony, the recommendation of the Planning Board, and the findings that the request complies with the comprehensive plan and the standards of Section 94-32 of the City's Zoning and Land Development Regulations.
It's been moved. Is there a second?
Mr.
Yes.
There are comment cards for the item 9.2 that were passed down.
Okay. This is still 9.1. We're on 9.1.
I'm sorry, I apologize. I thought we were 9.2. Sorry.
Okay, so we don't have any cards on 9.1,
No,
correct?
Mr. Mayor, there are no cards for 9.1.
Okay, now let's go back to the motion. It's been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Discussion. Hearing none. Madam Clerk, can you read the ordinance, please?
For 9.1.
9.1. The second ordinance, 5141-25.
An ordinance of the City Commission of the City of West Palm Beach, Florida, amending the zoning map of the City of West Palm Beach, Florida by changing the zoning designation of 3 parcels located on the east side of North Australian Avenue, south of 25th Street, and north of North Mangonia Drive, approximately 2.46 acres, from Recreation and Open Space, ROS, and Neighborhood Commercial, NC, to Multifamily High Density Residential, MF32, declaring the zoning map amendment to be consistent with the comprehensive plan of the city, revising the zoning map of the city accordingly, providing for an effective date and for other purposes.
All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, like sign. Hearing no opposition, motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Now we will turn to item 9.2, public hearing and first reading of ordinance number 5144-25 regarding the rezoning of approximately 3.011 acres located at 5400 North Flagler Drive for multifamily high-density residential, MF32, to residential plan development, RPD, and discussion of resolution number 216-25 regarding the establishment of the development regulations and conditions for the 5400 North Flagler Drive residential plan development and granting waivers of the zoning and land development regulations. Mr. Tuma.
Good evening, Ken Tuma with Urban Design Studio. My address is 610 Clematis Street, West Palm Beach, and I've been sworn in. Thank you for having me here tonight, Mayor. Here this evening on behalf of Great Goth on the project known as 5400 North Flagler. We have our whole team assembled here to answer any questions that you may have. Architects, planners, landscape architects, transportation engineers, everyone's here to answer any questions that you may have. What you have in front of you this evening is a very collaborative effort, and I have to give our client a lot of credit on this project. They have worked diligently to gain community support on this project. I know Northwood Harbor is here. They will speak in favor of the project a little bit later in our presentation. We did receive your planning board recommendation of approval on a unanimous vote. And we look forward to discussing the project tonight. We respectfully have a few architectural differences with your staff, but I think we've come with a medium here tonight that will work very well. And again, this has been a very collaborative approach, and I would like the opportunity after public comment to rebut. My presentation tonight, Mr. Mayor, is probably about 20 minutes. I'm going to spend a lot of time on my first 3 slides, and then I'll move very fast after that. Okay, so the subject site on the screen in front of you, identified on the screen in front of you, is a 3.01 acre site. It is 5400 North Flagler. Oopsie. So for a frame of reference, on the left side is Placido Mar. Placido Mar today is an existing building. It is 255 feet of height. It is 26 stories and it has 145 units. Then there's a mix of multi and single family adjacent to the site. To the west is also the Northwood Harbor Historic District. To the north is the Palm Beach House. The Palm Beach House is a 280-foot high building with 30 stories and a 1-acre parking garage here in this general area. Our building, the proposal that is in front of you this evening, is a 360-foot high building. That 360-foot high building is 31 stories. Of that, 29 of those stories are living area, and 2 of those stories are podium. So just for a frame of reference, envision the Palm Beach House built to today's standards. So what we're doing is we're basically creating 2 floors in a podium style. So the first 2 floors are parking. So instead of having a separate parking garage, it's internal to the building. And then on top of that, there are 29 living areas. Well, Ken, what's the difference? Why is this building so much higher? Well, today's standard, the building height from flat slab to slab is about 11 feet compared to standards in the early 1970s. So let me walk you through the items that are in front of you tonight. Specifically, what is in front of you tonight is a rezoning from multifamily 32 to RPD, or residential plan development. Also, for conversation, are the level 2 site plan and the waiver. This is a 2-item hearing, so this will come back to you for second hearing if you move forward tonight. But these are connected together, and I have to walk through the entire project. Hopefully this evening will be the long presentation, and maybe in a few weeks it'll be a much shorter presentation. So let me walk you through it here. So a little bit about our client real quick. Our client is Great Goth. I'm fortunate to have in the audience the president of Great Goth is in the audience, Neil, and then also Anthony. I don't know if you could raise your hands. They are in the audience. They can answer any specific questions about development and design that you have, but they have been great to work with, and they have done a lot of projects. Great Golf also owns a significant building company, though they're based in Canada. They own a significant building company here in the United States called Ashton Wood, so they are a significant home builder. They are also a builder here in the city of West Palm Beach. This is not their first show in West Palm Beach. They built La Clara. And I know we all know where La Clara is, but think about the history of La Clara just for a second. In 2008, that project got approved. It got imploded. I think some of you were there during the implosion. It was a very exciting time in the city of West Palm Beach. And then what happened? The economy imploded, and that project stood still for many, many, many years. Our client bought it. They were one of the first developers in the South End that started that renovation, and it's a very exciting time that they have done a great job on that project. So the next thing about the project that you need to know is world-class architecture. Mr. Spina said he read books by Mr. Safdie. Our architect is Mosi Safdie, world-renowned architect. He works quite a bit with Great Golf all across their projects across the United States and Canada. He has lots of very famous projects across the country, but probably the most famous one is in the bottom right-hand corner of the screen, which is the Holocaust Museum in Jerusalem. But Great Golf knows that West Palm Beach is a local community, and they've hired local firms to participate and to be part of the project and to be able to outreach into the community to try to understand what is important. Keith Spina is our local architect. He will be doing the construction documents. On the screen in front of you are names that you will know that are part of the development process here in the city of West Palm Beach. The current zoning on the site, as I said earlier, is multifamily 32. Our request is to rezone it to RPD, or residential plan development. The existing development program that is there today is the existing Point Siena apartments. They were built in 1966. There are 72 units there today. Our request is to construct 97 units using an RPD. Just so we're clear, no additional density is being asked for. We are staying with multifamily 32. Our request is for multifamily 32. Yes, it is an increase of 25 units, but it is consistent with the zoning district. So just to put things in context, when you start looking at things from a planning perspective, you look at what's happening in the surrounding corridor. So starting on the left-hand side of your screen, I don't know if you can see my mouse. You do not see my mouse. On the left-hand side of your screen is Palm Beach House. That is a 30-story building. Our proposal is a 31-story identified in red. Immediately to the east is Placido Mar, which is a 26-story building. And then you have Apogee and the other buildings coming to the south of it that have been either developed or have either been approved or in process. So when you look at a building, when Keith and I first looked at it, when Safdie came, or when Great Golf came to our office, we looked at it like we typically do, right? So let's build a parking garage closer to the road and push the building as far back, closer to the intercoastal to get great views of the intercoastal and have a separate parking garage. Well, Great Golf then hired Mosi Safdie, and they said, well, let's look at it differently. And the reason why that we can look at it so differently is we have such a large lot. The lot is 220 feet wide by almost 600 feet deep, significantly larger than most of the other projects in the corridor. So the decision was made to do a podium-style development. Then my next step was to look at what's allowed by right. So this is a zoning analysis, what's allowed by right. Because it's such a big lot, 220 feet wide, the way your zoning code works, you basically take the height of the building and divide by 2. So under MF32, the building in the bottom left-hand side is actually 150 feet. That is by right size development that would be allowed. It's a 70-foot wide building, and as you can see, it's a very long building. On the right-hand side is our proposed building for that first in massing, and then the proposed building from a view shed. Now I'm going to walk you through a few details of the building. So this is a view of our building from the intercoastal. And a couple items here to look at. First, right-hand side, Palm Beach House. Left-hand side, Placido Mar. This dock that sits out here, that's the existing dock that's in the Brian Chappell Park. It's a city dock. This is our building, 360 feet of height. You'll note the use of balconies and glass. And one thing to note, and I'll show you again on another slide, is the building actually goes skinnier and it gets taller as it goes up. It actually gets 8 feet taller on both sides. The back of the building, there's actually 3 layers. 2 of those are parking, and the 3rd layer is an amenity deck. Now, We've also have wrapped in 2 townhomes, one here and one here on the back of the site. So this is a rear view of the site coming from the intercoastal. This slide, I'm going to probably spend the most time here this evening. It's an important slide. It articulates all the items that we've been talking about here. Oopsie. Okay, so the building itself, 360 feet of height. And then there's the glass area, the balconies. And then you'll note on the left-hand side here, which I'm surprised you can't see my mouse at all. It's very disappointing. On the left-hand side is the landscape, pretty significant landscape buffer on the north side of the lot. And then just to the south of the north side of the lot, you will note that there's a secondary driveway in this general area here. Gosh darn it, I'm sorry, everybody. There's a driveway there, and that is a service driveway. And then you'll note as you look at the building, the glass, and then the design, then you come to the 3rd floor, and the 3rd floor is the receiving area for the building. And that 3rd floor is where you actually enter into the building, and that's at the top of the circular access ramp. And then on the right-hand side, you'll see the pickleball court over here. Is the pickleball court on the right-hand side, or the southern part, and that's on the 2nd floor. So basically you have a 20-foot room area. In this design, that room area is mechanical. I'm going to show you what we change it to on the next slide. And then above it is a pickleball court. And let me see if I can try something to get the mouse to work here. Am I going to make a mistake by doing this? How about hit duplicate? You think that'll work? I can keep talking while they're going. So the design, of the building is to allow for one of the challenges, or I'm sorry. So the building itself, I want to talk about the circular access ramp for a second. The way that it works, it goes up to the 3rd floor. As you pull in, the 1st floor allows you direct access into the floor of the podium. And then you have the opportunity to go to the 2nd floor and have access into the podium or the parking area. And the third layer is the receiving area. And this is one of the areas where we have a little bit of difference with staff on the design concept. Thank you. Nope. Okay, thank you. So that's a 3rd area here. And then on the right-hand side, and I'll walk you through that, on the right-hand side we have the pickleball court, and then we have the building area. So, you know, the circular access drive is important for the project. It allows for a couple reasons. One, it allows the building, we push the building back 170 feet off of Flagler. So as you look at the building, you'll note that the tower element is 170 feet back or 184 feet off the road. It's 170 feet off the right-of-way or 184 feet off of the road. The circular access ramp, first thing, you won't see it from between the 2 driveways because there's a significant amount of landscaping. The view that you're looking at, we're looking at it about a 30-degree angle down, but when you're in pedestrian and vehicular view, the only part that you will see is in the driveway because everything else is covered with landscape. But for us, it's an important design, and it's a solution and not a problem at the way we look at it. And the way that we look at it, Mr. Safdie looked at it, is it's a great solution because it does a couple things. One, it allows access to each layer of that podium through pulling in on each floor. And therefore, internally, there's no ramps. So it's a much more efficient. So instead of having ramps internally in the site, they're all handled by the access drive. The third thing that's important about this was really working with the neighbors. And this has been a collaborative effort with the neighbors. One of the things they realize living through Icon is that people do back up on Flagler Drive. What this does, it creates a significant amount of stacking if there's ever someone having a party or something, so there's ability to park and stack vehicles there. So that's the general concept there. On the right-hand side or the south side of the screen where the pickleball is, underneath that, one of the discussions in our planning board was provide some active use. So we took that seriously and we've been working with it. Your staff has not had the opportunity to fully review what we're showing you tonight, but we have that opportunity between now and second hearing. But what I'm going to show you quickly is an active treatment. So what you saw before was a wall that was completely covered with landscaping. Now what you're seeing is a very active wall, and that active, or an active space that's showing glass, doorways, entrances, hardscape features that our landscape architect has spent a lot of time on designing. So let me show you what's in there first, and then we'll come back to this slide. So what our proposal is and what our designers have worked on, and it's complicated making these type of changes because you have to relocate fire rooms, generators. So they moved the generator and they moved the fire room somewhere else in the building, and then they went ahead and designed these two things. The one on the north here is called the club, the cycle club, and the one on the south is the dog spa. And it kind of gave you a theme of what the proposal is. So what happens in a cycle club, right? Cycle club is for the residents. It's a place to work on your bike, a cool place to start biking from. There could be some bike storage in that area. The pet spa is exactly that. You bring in your dog, they get washed, there's a dog run, they have the opportunity to have all types of things. These are for the residents only. And now let me go back to what it looks like. So this is what it's going to look like from an active use. Again, we're going to submit this in full detail to your staff, but we wanted to let you know that we did come up with some potential solutions of uses here to create some active uses, which was one of the comments from the planning board and from your staff. We are creating a 12-foot sidewalk along North Flagler, consistent with all the design concepts. It will be shaded. Our landscape architect reminded me that there will be heavy shade and those trees will grow over the sidewalk. A little bit about the project itself. It's 360 feet in height. There are 97 units. We have met all the criteria for parking, all the criteria for open space, and and we have a pretty significant amount of frontage, being 220 feet. So this slide's important. This is the ground floor, and it shows two access points. Luckily, in blue, it shows the operation and loading drive. That's where the vehicles, the service vehicles, are going to exit to the north, or entrance the building to the north. And then in red is the first turn of the circular access drive. And then the bottom, you can see the very efficient parking that's being done here in the bottom of the podium. And then on the right-hand side, or the east side, you could start seeing the yellow, which is the ground floor of the townhomes coming up, and some of the amenity features. I'm going to skip ahead a couple floors here. This is a pedestrian access identified by the blue arrows. There are pedestrian access, which is gated both on the north and on the south. And then in the middle of the site, there is pedestrian access to the elevator, and that allows you to get up to the receiving area, which occurs on the 3rd floor. And this is the podium at the arrival level. I want you to note how much landscaping and design and thought has been put on here from amenities and all the associated items that go along with the site. And then jumping up to the tower, this is a repetitive feature, except it gets wider, but the tower is actually a small component of the site, the area identified in brown. Landscaping, I'm going to zoom through this, can come back later for questions, but we've met all your criteria for landscaping. We've exceeded the buffers on the west side, we've exceeded the buffers on the south side, and we are consistent with the buffer on the north side. We meet all your requirements for landscaping. We have no waivers requested, and you can see there's a tremendous amount of landscaping proposed. Our landscape architect is working diligently on materiality, what this is going to look like. This is going to be a very expensive building, ladies and gentlemen, and the landscape architecture is going to take it to a whole new level. So again, a view of the North Flagler frontage. This is the new view with the new revise, and I forgot to mention that there's a canopy, backlighting, and a little bit of hardscape feature and 2 access points, one here and one here. Waivers. We do have 4 waivers in front of you this evening. These are 4 waivers that you've seen before. The first waiver is a waiver to reduce the minimum acreage of an RPD, and you all have heard me say this before. I've been in front of this board for almost 25 years. I think last time I had an RPD that met this criteria was Banyan K 15 years ago. So all of the requests that come in front of you are requesting a waiver for size for the RPD, and you can see on the screen in front of you we are comparable with our peers going down the street. Waiver 2 is submerged land calculation. So the way the code works, if you're greater than 2 acres, you're allowed to count 100% of the land area that's submerged land as part of your density. If you're less than 2 acres, it's 75%. If you're greater than 2 acres, it's 100%. We are requesting to go to 100%. Your staff recommends approval on this, and we are consistent with your code. Waiver 3, this is the big one this is the big one. This is the one that matters. Side and rear setbacks. This is how you define height within the city. So I'm going to walk you through this in graphical mode for a couple slides. So first thing, the way that I'm approaching this, while not consistent with your code, but consistent with how this has been presented to you in the past, is I'm separating the podium element from the tower element. First thing, we meet all the criteria of the required residential plan development RPD buffer all the way around, which is 20 feet and 25 feet on the front. So starting off of Flagler, we have a setback of 170 feet to the tower element, 170 feet, and then here we have a 25-foot to the base of the pickleball court. So the requirement is 25 feet. We have 170 feet to the beginning of to the base of the podium. On the rear, this is our first waiver. On the rear, we have 143 feet, and we are requesting a reduction from the required 180 feet for a waiver on the rear, so the podium is in the middle, or so the podium is identified here by the red arrow, and you'll note that the measurement is to the balcony area and not to the physical building itself, and that's because those balconies are structural in nature, so therefore they count as building. To the north and to the south, we have a 20-foot buffer to the podium, and we have a 30-foot buffer. This is actually at the top of the building because the building gets taller. Some of you asked me a question about, well, what is it at the fourth floor? It's actually 37 feet at the bottom, and then it goes up to 30 feet from a setback standpoint. So we are requesting a pretty significant waiver. It's the same on both sides, and so as you know, the numbers kind of get a little nebulous when you're dealing with waivers for setbacks. So let me put it in a frame of reference, just something that I could understand. Of course, the engineer in me had to go to math. So basically what I did is I tried to do some calculations, try to figure out how do we fit in comparable to our peers. Our floor area ratios are fairly similar. The general concept of this is to look at how wide our lot is and how big our lot is. Our lot is 220 feet wide. It's the widest lot of the three buildings on the screen in front of you. So what I did is I kind of made a calculation of height to width ratio, meaning that if the lot is 220 feet wide, I divided the height of the building by that width of 220 feet. That equated to 1.6 feet of height for every front foot of lot. Okay, so I took the height of the building, divided it by the front foot. So for every foot of lot, the building goes up 1.6. So I did that for our peer group going further down towards the south. And interesting enough, Alba is exactly the same when you look at it that way by lot width. Apogee, a little bit more at 2.4 feet per front foot. So in other words, for every foot of front, the building goes up 2.4 feet. But this was a nice way to fit in to see how it fit and compared to our neighbors to the south. Waiver 4. Waiver 4 is a waiver for access. I mentioned earlier we are requesting 2 driveways. It is a waiver. The code requires it because we're asking for a waiver. That waiver looks like here on the screen. On the screen, you'll note where the service and loading is the secondary access point that we're asking for. It is also closer than allowed by code. Your staff is recommending approval on this, and we agree with that analysis, and that waiver is important because it allows for a separate service and loading and access area. Community outreach. There has been a ton of community outreach on this project. And again, I want to give credit to our client. They allowed us and their team to work diligently with the neighborhood. We have met with the Palm Beach House, we've met with the Chamber of Commerce, we've met with the Northwood Harbor Association. We've met with anybody who wanted to. And ultimately, and what did that lead to? While you're going to hear from some residents, not everyone's happy, but we sure tried our best to do as much as we could. And so here we have, and we ultimately have community support from Northwood Harbor, the Chamber of Commerce, and other folks within the community. And I know you'll hear a lot of people in support of the project tonight also. So last slide, the innovative land planning and development techniques. So I'm not going to read the entire slide to you, but I'm going to tell you we have 4-sided architecture. We're doing a 12-foot walkway along Flagler Avenue. We have integrated parking. We have an exterior circular access drive, which helps us internally within the building. We are replacing a portion of the seawall. We have stormwater management and infrastructure, upgraded utility connections, We have a dedicated back-of-house operation, and we have services that are screened in loading areas. But I want to drop back just for a second and talk about stormwater management. It doesn't get much play, but the way that this site drains, it literally drains today to the north, and then it goes in a hole in a sewer and goes right out to the intercoastal. Our civil engineer is going to correct that problem significantly. We're going to be retaining 2.5 inches of stormwater on site. That water will be cleaned. It will be discharged through 20,000 cubic feet of exfiltration trench, so it'll be clean when it's discharged. And with that, I would like the opportunity to reserve time to rebut after public comment. I have many, many more slides, but I've decided that this is probably enough for this evening. Thank you, sir.
Thank you,
Yes,
Mr.
sir.
Tuma, for your discipline. All right, any questions for the applicant before we turn to staff? Commissioner Ward.
Thank you. Do you have plans to put a dock in on the property?
I'm sorry, ma'am?
Do you have plans to put a dock in on the property?
We are going to potentially put a dock, but it's not a marina. It potentially could be 4 to 8 docks. It's based on the linear feet of the back of the land area, and we are potentially going to request that in the future. But that is not part of this request today.
All right, no further questions right now. Thank you.
Any other questions? President Lambert?
Thank you so much for the presentation. You mentioned when you went through the circular drive that was the one area that staff had some disagreement.
There were 3 areas, right? So height of the building, 1, active use, and a circular access drive.
Okay, great. Thank you. On the circular drive, I understand the value of it and what you described. I'm curious to hear from staff what their argument against it was, but one of the things that comes to mind when looking at it is just the amount of cement, I guess, that's there when you've spent so much energy and money on landscaping. I was just curious if you all and the designers had any discussion about that.
We did. We talked about it quite a bit from a design characteristic on what it would look like. And first thing, you won't see it from ground plane. You won't see it because we're going to bury it in landscaping, number 1. Number 2, that concrete's going to be there anyway. If it's internal, we're potentially going to have ramps internal, which would push up the podium a little higher. So the concrete itself is going to be there. From a design characteristic, when I should have showed you a little bit more, we have plenty of beautiful landscaping proposed.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Fox.
Thank you for the presentation. I think it's a really beautiful project, but my question is also about this circular driveway. Is that, I guess if there was like an emergency, I know that there was an area where you showed where the sanitation and trucks would be going on the side. Where would the fire trucks go in this project?
I do have a slide on that also, but I will tell you that a lot of thought has gone into that, and Mr. Spina has met with the fire department, so they will go in that loading area is where the fire access is. And there's actually a route internal to the building that gives access both to the elevators and to the townhomes.
Great, thank you.
Commissioner Warren.
Thank you. I've heard residents in this particular area complain about drainage over time, so I'm very happy to hear that you've approached resolving that. Can you tell me how you decided to move forward the way that you did with the stormwater?
From the drainage standpoint, sure. So, Commissioner, obviously we've met all the code requirements. That was obviously the initial driver. This project, I think, was built in 1966. And when you go back in history, South Florida Water Management District really didn't have any real play until the mid-1970s. So what we're doing is we're bringing up to today's standards, which are code requirements, but those code requirements are more than what you would in a western part. So if you were on the water, you actually have to retain more water than you do further west.
Any other questions of the applicant before we turn to staff? Okay, staff.
Thank you, Mayor.
Saeed.
Bear with me when I change the PowerPoint slides. There are many PowerPoint slides here. Got it, thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. Luis Vicentini, Senior Planner, Development Service. For the record, what I have before you tonight is presentation of the staff for 5400 Flagler proposal. The applicant did a very good, very thorough presentation. I commend them for that. I'm going to start off with the first hearing proposal tonight. So the request is broken down into 2 items. You have item number 1, which is the ordinance number 5144-25 for the rezoning from the MF32 multifamily residential to RPD, residential plan development, with an acreage waiver, which is waiver number 1. Item number 2 is for the discussion items for the resolution number 216-25 for the development regulations and the waivers number 2, 3, and 4. As previously stated by the applicant, I'm going to be very brief through number 1 for the ordinance number 5144-25. They proposed a waiver number 1 for the reduction of the acreage. They currently have 3.011 acres. That includes the submerged lands also. The applicant is proposing a reduction of 6.989 acres. Staff has no issues with that, as other properties also have in the past received these types of waiver requests. We had Apogee, we had Alba also as an example. And from the MF32 to RPD, staff has no issues with that. Moving along on the request for discussion, item number 2, that's our big one. For resolution number 216-25 for development regulations with the waivers, staff has some issues in regards to the proposed site plan. First one is the applicant, as they stated, they are proposing 97 residential units in a new multifamily development containing 360 actually, foot tall tower with a podium and a parking garage. They proposed number 2, 3, and 4 with that, and that's under the resolution. So waiver number 2 is for the PD minimum area for the submerged lands. Staff has no issues with the request. The request needs the 100% utilization of the density attributed to the submerged lands for the calculation of maximum residential density. The applicant has already gone through the math. I don't need to go back on. Staff supports that. Staff also supports access points of minimum separation distance, which is waiver number 4. They're proposing a 58-foot reduction and a 25-foot reduction on the 2 separate entryways of the site. Staff has no issues with that. Now we're going back to number 3. That's the big one. Waiver number 3 for the minimum setbacks impacted by the proposed height of 360 foot. The applicant is proposing 160-foot reductions to the north and south side of the property. They are required to go according to MF32 180 feet to the north and south, and they require also to provide 130 foot of the rear setback. They're proposing 20 feet to the north and south, and they're proposing 50 feet to the rear setback, which I'm moving to the next slide. So staff has concern in regards to the 360 foot high. Why? Staff has found that it is inconsistent with the intended scale and character of the North Flagler Drive. Also, the development project proposal can be redesigned, reducing the proposed building height to account for the existing development. Staff is not in concurrence with the proposed building height, as it significantly affects the appropriateness of the requested side setback waivers. The proposed height intensifies the scale and the mass of the development in a manner that is not adequately offset by the proposed setbacks. Staff finds that those setbacks to be insufficient to mitigate the visual and spatial impacts of the neighborhood properties, especially the abutting properties to the west, which are located the single-family residences, and the south also, that is single-family residence. And you have adjacent to the property along North Flagler Drive, you have the Northwood Harbor Historical District overlay also. This next slide shows basically what happens if they go according to the current MF32 required setbacks. As you probably are aware of, MF32 requires a maximum height on the current code of 40 foot in height. So therefore, they will require 2 to 1. So there will be a 20-foot setback to the north and south. And the current proposal, which the inclusion of 97 units, 360 foot high, would push their requirements to 100 foot to the north, 100 foot to the south, and 150 to the east. And this is the proposal for the RPD setbacks, which is a relaxation of the code, to allow for the reduction of those required setbacks. As the applicant stated, they're proposing a 30-foot setback from the residential tower to the north and south, and a 148-foot setback to the east from the intercoastal. The front setback is a non-issue, as they are currently meeting the code. It's a 25-foot setback from the vehicular and the portion of the blank wall for now, the blank wall at the south of the property, the development. So bottom line is the staff's concerns, in addition to the height, although heavily screened from direct pedestrian view by the dense landscaping throughout its perimeter, the proposed development remains a stark contrast to the adjacent single-family homes and establishing historic architectural character of the area. Its scale and visibility create a significant visual impact and found elsewhere along the corridor. Staff also believes that the proposed design compromises the pedestrian experience along the section of the North Flagler Drive. The lack of active use frontage combined with the uninvited architectural treatment and absence of this meaningful interaction with the street undermines the intended vision for a vibrant, pedestrian-friendly corridor that complements the surrounding residential and historical neighborhood character. So these are one of the reasons that staff is not in concurrence with the proposed height, and also staff has issues associated to the vehicular driveway. Basically, the vehicular driveway ramp is a usually internalized structure that serves as, I would say, back of the house access to vehicular entryways, creates a lot of noise, a lot of fumes, odors, a lot of a visual eyesore to a prominent corridor such as North Flagler Drive that we propose including with the new NOFOD to actually activate this area with active uses and not with the vehicular entryways and accessways. We're trying to mitigate those and actually increase the experience corridor for the pedestrians and for the users, not only for the drivers entering and exiting the property. So that's why staff has issues associated to the ramp. In regards to your inquiry, Commissioner Fox, I checked with the chief, with the fire chief, and the access is a non-issue. They may actually enter the property. They can actually park the big trucks, the large trucks, at the ground, and they have actually 2 access ways to enter the building, and they can actually carry the fire hose up on the 3rd floor through the stairwells located at the ground floor. Okay, just as a follow-up, I remember you asked this question before. So therefore, staff recommends the approval of ordinance number 5144-25 for the rezoning from MF32 to RPD and the waiver number 1. Staff has no issues with that request. However, staff recommends the denial of resolution number 216-25 for the development regulations and setback waiver number 3. As a follow-up from the planning board, they approved the rezone development regulations with waivers subject to the conditions that the applicant will work with staff to address the lack of active use at frontage. On September 12, applicants submitted preliminary plans addressing staff and planning board comments regarding the lack of active use at frontage. Applicant made, they already introduced, the revised plans on the floor during the city commission meeting. And this is the incorporation of the active use. At the first site, staff is pleased with the result, and we will further discuss some issues that we have encountered with this proposal, but we will follow up with the applicant between now and the next city commission meeting. That concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? Commissioner Ward?
I'm glad you addressed the active use because I was a little bit confused because I know that they submitted that. And so is it just not enough information? Because I myself have gone back and forth on active use, non-active use. Do I want trees? Do I want this? And I think your staff has actually made me see the rationale behind some of it, but I just want to know what your further concern is now that you've kind of seen the layout of the active use.
So just for clarification, the preliminary set of plans came in the last minute for us. We did not have a chance to further review this and analyze thoroughly this application. At first sight, staff is pleased, as I stated, is pleased with the proposal. They're proposing 2 different types of active use, non-commercial along the North Flagler Drive. They increase the access way in these areas. They're proposing a more friendly environment for the community to be around and to actually enter into the building. It is very important to note that those uses are going to be for the use of the residents only, and they're not going to be for the public, and that's very important. At first, the landscape is presentable, the hardscape is presentable. It seems to increase the active usage. What's going on with this? The active usage of the front of the development. The second floor, as you probably noticed, is the pickleball court. So it actually shows the pickleball infrastructure there with their screening and all that. So it is very interesting design, and we're pleased at first. However, just make sure that this design, it's not in my staff report at this time. It will be further discussed and will be presented in the next one.
Follow up? Commissioner Warren?
Thank you, Mayor. That was actually along the lines of my question. I was going to ask you to define active uses and what would be sufficient. So I think that you've already answered that question. So.
Yes, ma'am.
President Lambert.
Thank you. I was further going to ask about active use as well. Because I also struggle with going back and forth between wanting to see more landscaping there, although I certainly understand, and we've talked many times on this dais about the importance of active use along a walkway to make sure that people feel engaged. But what truly defines a non-commercial active use? Because I wonder how often these residents will be tinkering on their bikes or washing their dogs there. And so I just want to make sure that we're truly accomplishing what we set out with an active use space.
Would you like to answer that? Go ahead.
Good evening, Commissioner. Ana Maria Ponte, Development Services Director. Thank you for your question. The issue with the active use is very important. For me, it's very important. And the reason why is that when we are building a city, we need the uses along the street to engage the pedestrians and the activity along the street. So in this case, Commissioner Ward asked, are you comfortable with this? I think this is the best we can get at this point for the project. It will be very difficult for them to propose more meaningful active use. And when we were talking originally with the applicant about active uses, we suggested residential uses. And the reason why residential uses were important in this case was because we have a single-family residential use across the street. So in terms of the compatibility for the building, we can have the high-rise tower accommodated as they are proposed, but if we have a transition and the residential basically merged with the single family across the street, it will be a much better compatible use. They designed the project in a different way. It will be very difficult at this point to retrofit it and accommodate residential uses in there. So what they're proposing is kind of the best option at this point. Those uses, as you say, are basically a bike storage and a pet grooming for their tenants. How often they will be used, we don't know, but probably not frequently enough. They are not really uses that people really engage with the street. It's more like the intention originally was like if you have, for example, residential uses in there, as an owner, you can park behind, but if you're taking your dog out, you can walk out the street and engage with the street and take Flagler Drive and enjoy the street as a residential neighborhood. These users are not gonna do that, but I think it's a good approach at this point, and it will be better than having the blank wall that we had before. So we appreciate the effort from the applicant to accommodate this and put these uses.
Any more questions, Commissioner Fox?
Thank you so much. Well, I have to say, I live next to the Laurel, and they have a dog washing station. It's not outside, but when I'm walking my dog, it is the thing that all the dog owners talk about. It's like one of the reasons they moved into that building. So I'm just saying it's kind of a big deal. But I wondered if you could talk a little bit more about, I know you're not in support of the overall height of the building, but is there some recommendation that you're presenting to us other than that you are not recommending that?
I mean, the recommendation that we have was what was presented for the North Flagler overlay. We think that 300 feet overall height could be a kind of a more compatible version based on the setbacks that we suggested and the relationship with the Flagler Drive. If this tower could be pushed further back, maybe it could achieve additional height. It's difficult to establish at the end of the day. You keep increasing the height, so the relationship with the neighborhood it's complicated. You have a single-family houses across the street. So the more height that you provide to those buildings, the relationship is more dramatic. 300, you increase to 360. We're concerned with the increase even beyond that point as you keep going. We thought the original approvals that were done in the past for the 240 that were done for Alba and Apogee were good relationship for the size of those ones. This is a little larger in terms of the size of the building, maybe a little bit higher. We thought that 300 could be a good compromise for those ones.
Yes, Commissioner.
Just for the record, I just want to, I think what we talked about in an agenda review, that the overlay, this project was already, the application was in before we approved that project, so this is grandfathered into.
Yes, correct. It's not applicable, yes.
Thank you.
Any other questions for staff? Okay, we have several cards, and I'm going to read 4 names at a time. If you could start making your way toward the podium when I read your name, and we can expedite this. Michael Zeff, Peter Gimple, Angela Ogborn, and Jeff Harrington. Mr. Zeff?
Good evening. My name is Michael Zeff, President and CEO of the Chamber of Commerce of the Palm Beaches. The project that's before you this evening was thoroughly reviewed by our Government Affairs Committee and our Chamber Board, both of which voted unanimously to approve this project, and we encourage you to do the same this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Peter Gimple?
Thank you for the opportunity to be here today and to speak with you. I'm a new homeowner at the Palm Beach House. I have watched the video of the August 19th Planning Board meeting and have been very impressed with the entire approach, thought, and design work that's gone into this project. I say well done to all involved. I'd like to express concerns for the following. Number 1, the potential for damage to the buildings that surround the 5400 project due to shocks and vibration, including potential for subsidence. I'm aware that subsidence has been measured in existing condos in Miami after construction of neighboring new high-rises. The reports there clearly state that if the subsidence is even across the entire foundation of the building, there are typically no problems. The real problem occurs when there's one corner or one side that subsides. I see the Palm Beach House with its long east-west dimension as compared to its narrow north-south dimension as being particularly susceptible to, for example, the east end suffering subsidence rather than the entire building subsiding. Such a situation would be expected to cause potentially major structural damage. I'm aware that the geology here is different than in Miami, and that fact may limit subsidence, but from my research, the geology here still appears to be susceptible to this issue under vibration and shock loads. As such, my first question is, has a plan been developed that would allow real-time measurement and recording of shock and vibration to surrounding areas to allow a rapid understanding of the construction effects on the buildings? With the same concerns, you may be aware that the Palm Beach House has recently completed an extensive concrete structural and cosmetic refurbishment. I've spoken with the architect currently employed with the Palm Beach House, and he has described the current condition as being like a new building. The garage has the same refurbishment currently in progress. Can we develop some sort of plan whereby if concrete fracturing were to be noted during the construction process, that we have an agreed method to notify and address any such issues? On a very different note, I'd be interested to hear a plan for limiting the number of continuous hours of loud construction noise. I'm very much afraid of being forced to leave home to escape the noise. I thank you all.
Thank you very much. Angela Ogborn.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. I'm Angela Ogburn, a resident of Northwood Harbor Community and president of Northwood Harbor Association. I'm here tonight on behalf of our neighborhood association. Thank you for the opportunity to share our comments regarding the proposed project before you tonight. Shortly after acquiring 5400, Great Gulf reached out directly to Northwood Harbor Board. Our experience with them over the past year has been one of the most professional, open, and transparent processes we have engaged in. They have kept their word on commitments, acted collaboratively in discussions, and consistently adapted their design to address the concerns raised by our residents. They hosted multiple community meetings while Northwood Harbor kept the broader neighborhood informed. On several occasions, our concerns were not only heard, but meaningfully addressed. Unlike some recent developments in our community that try to maximize every square inch of the site, this proposal takes a different approach. While still tall, it is less obtrusive because it prioritizes landscaping and open space. The design tiers back in height, which allows it to align more cohesively with our single-family neighborhood. Specific features also reflect this respect, a landscaped entrance that enhances the pedestrian streetscape, combined with meaningful setbacks that minimizes the visibility of the building from the walkable view. Although this project does not fall under the Flagler overlay and therefore is not required to provide community benefits, Great Gulf has nonetheless worked in good faith to secure funds for projects that would benefit our neighborhood directly. Surveys conducted by Northwood Harbor Association, both members and non-members, show this proposal reflects the preference of the wider community. We also recognize that our support may help secure limited time incentive funds that could bring further benefit to the neighborhood, an opportunity we take seriously. For these reasons, and on behalf of the representatives we represent, the Northwood Harbor Neighborhood Association supports the proposed project. Thank you.
Thank you. Jeff Harrington.
Good evening, Your Honor. President Lambert, Commissioners, all panel members. Thank you for the opportunity to be here to express support for the proposed rezoning and the subject project as a whole. I'm Jeff Harrington. I'm the owner of a small boutique law firm and a commercial building in Northwood, so quite near the actual site. Specifically, I own a law firm, and my reasons for supporting the project are those you would expect. In particular, I'm keenly interested in seeing the activation of the area, Northwood, which I'm sure that the project would promote. I expect that my small business, along with others in the area, to benefit from the anticipated economic development. I also think the project looks spectacular. I mean, let's go. That looks great. That's bound to beautify the area. I'm all in favor of that. Very exciting prospect. Now, I'm not just here on my own behalf, but I'm also standing in for Estrella Parada, the owner. My wife is one of her titles, and the owner of the Space Connect. Space Connect is another small business in Northwood. It's in the same building, in fact. It's a business lounge and a co-working space, which will be relevant in just a moment. So I echo my foregoing comments and support on behalf of Space Connect as well. Lastly, as a co-working space and a business incubator, the Space Connect encompasses numerous small businesses. some of which are here represented with me tonight. They're a little shy, but we got, let's see, I see several contractors, there's an architect, there's a photographer here. Today would do a better job than I am, but the point is that we represent many small businesses in this local business in this area. And so I'm here to express the support of all, and thank you for your consideration of the same.
Thank you. I'm going to read off 4 more names. Start making your way toward the podium. Liz McGow, Bonnie Milofsky, Steve Wazak, and Jeff Edelson. Liz McGow.
Good evening. I live in Palm Beach House, directly next door to where this project is going to be.
Just state your name.
Yeah, Liz McGuff. I want to be clear, I'm not speaking for every resident at Palm Beach House, but I'm here tonight with approximately 20 of my neighbors. And I expect that number will likely be doubled by next meeting because more and more people are realizing how deeply this project could affect our lives. We are not opposed to development, but the 30-story tower raises serious concerns. First, height, scale, and placement. At nearly 400 feet tall, this building is far out of character for North Flagler's mid-rise neighborhood. On top of that, the tower has been shifted east on the property line, closer to our building. That placement blocks resident views and diminishes property values while creating wind tunnel effects, evacuation concerns, and blocked light and airflow. Second, health and daily impact. Many of us at Palm Beach House, myself included, spend most of the day at home, either retired, caring for our family, or working remotely. Our building's pattern of life is an all-day occupancy. That means construction noise, dust, and vibration won't just disrupt us in the evenings. They'll interfere with medical therapy in our pools, home offices, and our basic quality of life every single day. Third, accountability and trust. Great Golf, the developer, is currently facing lawsuits tied to their LeClaire project with 62 separate allegations. These allegations include misrepresentation, construction defects, violations of disclosure documents, negligence, unjust enrichment, and violations of Florida's deceptive and unfair trade practices. This legal history makes it difficult to trust that same developer will protect the safety and well-being of neighbors at Palm Beach House. And while Great Golf may have collaborated well with the Northwood community, they have not done so with Palm Beach House. While we have had 2 meetings with them, I'm also the secretary on the board of directors, it doesn't feel their actions are backing up their promises. Back in February, I personally asked them for 9 different renderings from various floors and perspectives to understand what the views would look like. We gave them 9 pictures to work with. Being a realtor, that's what the folks on the south side are most concerned with. 6 months later, the only rendering we received was from Unit 1605. That lack of transparency does not build trust. My request is simple. Please do not approve waivers for excessive height or placement that overwhelm the neighborhood and diminish property values. Require accountability, especially given Great Golf's legal history, and protect residents by enforcing dust and noise controls, along with a clear system of communication between the city, the developer, and neighbors. I believe progress is possible.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
Bonnie Milofsky.
Hi, my name is Bronnie Milofsky. I'm a resident of the Palm Beach House, and I am very concerned about the project that's being developed. It's very close to us. I just have a few questions that I would like answered. No one seems to be able to answer them in my building. I'd like to know how big the dust problem is going to be. They said approximately, next question, they said approximately this project will take 3 years. To me, it looks like it's going to take longer. I need to know because I'm planning on leaving and renting a place somewhere else because I don't want to be subjected to the noise and dust. And we went through 2 years of work prior to this in our building. And I'd like to know when exactly is it starting. And even though it may be a great project and so many people are going to benefit. A lot of people in the West Palm Beach aren't. I lose my view, and I'm going to lose my home for a minimum of 3 years. So if someone could talk to me after the meeting and let me know when they think the noise is going to begin, meaning the demolition, please let me know, because that's contingent on my renting at my expense another place to live so I can have peace of mind. Thank you.
Thank you. Steve Wozak.
Hello, are there going to be any more speakers besides me for this item?
Yeah, I have a number of cards. Just
Yeah, okay. My name is Steve Wozak. I'm with the Palm Beach House. I'm going to speak for myself and for the neighbors who are here. I addressed this problem at the last meeting, and because I went to the Northwood Association meeting, and there was a gentleman there that said he did research on the water pipes and the sewage pipes, and that they're 50 years old, and that there's a lot of strain going to be placed on them with 97 homes built just south of us, and the Apogee and the Alba, and no one has ever addressed that. As I was really surprised that even the other folks that were here, not you guys, that no one even mentioned or tried to assuage my terror in realizing that, well, we might be out of water someday because of all this building. So I just wanted to know about that, and I think it's very important. But that's all I have for right now. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Jeff Edelson.
Good evening, Commissioners. Mr. Mayor, thank you for the opportunity to be heard. It was mentioned earlier about the noise. I work from home. We have many people that are elderly that live there and are in-house in the apartment all the time. While I'm working at home, I'm on the phone all the time. With the constant construction and the noise associated with this project, it'll directly affect my impact on my job, on others who I know that work at home, and on the quality of life for many people that are homebound. I hope that the commissioners will take this into account and over this 3-year period that we'll be dealing with, and put some conditions in to help us with this quality of life. One other thing that has crossed my mind continuously when we're talking about blocking the view is that the distance from the building from the road, could it or had it been closer to the road, would eliminate the problem with the blockage of view that many of our residents will also face. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to read off 4 more names. You can start making your way toward the podium, please. Judith Glick-Soffler, Carlos Lopez, Evelyn Marzuka, and Jason Abrams. Judith Glick-Soffler.
Hi, I'm Judith Glick-Soffler. I live at the Palm Beach House for 12 years. I have several concerns. Well, one of the issues is during the day there are a lot of people in our community that need to use the pool or the beach for therapy, and they need safe access for physical therapy in the water, and for some people, that's how they maintain their mobility and recover from injuries. If development blocks or limits that access, it directly affects our health and safety. We are simply asking that zoning and construction decisions protect residents' ability to continue to use the water for therapy. It's just not about convenience, it's about medical necessity, and please make sure that our health needs are respected in this process. And the other thing is, we don't really have an exact information about how far it's going to block the people on the south side of the Palm Beach House, that, how far back this project is going to be, which would limit not only the views, but also the sunlight, and which could affect so many things that affect people's mental health, the light, the ability to see the water, and the dust and the noise. So those are things that we have our concerns about. Thanks for listening.
Thank you. Carlos D. Lopez.
I'm going to go next because I'm just going to reiterate what Judy said, because since we're both, I'm Evelyn Marzuka. I'm a resident of the Palm Beach House for 22 years. And
What is your, say your name, please.
Evelyn Marzuka.
No,
I did it because I'm going to just reiterate what Judy said.
No. You come up when, you wait till I call your name, okay?
I was just going to reiterate what Judy said.
I'm just saying,
Okay.
wait till I call you. Carlos Lopez.
Oh, Carlos Lopez, I'm sorry.
Yes. Tell me how to run the meeting.
Good evening, Mayor James, President Lambert, Commissioners. I'm here more so to advocate for the construction of the 5400 Flagler. My name is Carlos Lopez, and I'm the owner of Global Tech Contractors, Inc., a locally owned construction company proudly serving the community since 2010. We're certified general contractors, roofing contractors, underground utilities, and I'm here tonight with the Space Connect team to express our strong support for the development of the proposed project at 5400 North Flagler. We believe this project represents not only a beautiful addition to the area, but also a valuable opportunity for small companies like us to grow and thrive. This kind of development fosters economic growth, creates jobs, opens the door for companies like Global Tech and many others to contribute meaningful to our city's future. We're excited about this potential and fully support moving this project forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Evelyn Marzuka. Ms. Marzuka, you can come up now.
I'm sorry about that.
It's okay.
My name is Evelyn Marzuka. I've lived in the Palm Beach House for 22 years, and I just wanted to reiterate what Judy was saying, because I am a healthcare professional too. I'm a retired nurse, and I see people using the facilities. I see children, I see elderly, I see disabled veterans using the pool, and we're all very concerned about the demolition process, which is going to get this dust, and it's going to affect the health of our residents. And I just want the city to really keep a tight end on the demolition part of it. That's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. All right, I'm gonna read off 3 more names. Jason Abrams, Ruben Morales, and Mike Montague. Mr. Abrams.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Jason Abrams. I'm a local architect, contractor, and also property owner in the area. I do think it's really important that a lot of the people who are presenting so far, all their concerns, that they feel heard, because dust and construction is something that is gonna make a lot of people feel some kind of way about development. But unfortunately, it's just one of the side effects that you get when you have new developments. Whether it's gonna be a 3-story building, a really large tower, you're gonna have dust, you're gonna have debris. It's just part of it. I actually want to commend the developers on this project, because this one is in alignment with what the city is looking for, right? In terms of its economic development, the growth, the beauty it's going to be bringing to the area. I think they're trying a lot of things that, when you're given a lot of parameters, like when you're trying to expand upon your design and make something that's really beautiful, it's going to require you to kind of go around, I don't want to say go around the codes, but you're going to need to massage things a little bit. And you can tell that they're really putting in a lot of emphasis and effort into doing them. I know the last time they brought up activation being something that was critically important, and they're actually trying. They're trying to create something that's engaging with the street. I'm someone who believes that you don't need glass or an actual programmatic space in order to do that. I do think you could do that with a simple piece of art. Simply, if you take an example, there are art spaces all around the world. Think of like the Bean in Chicago. It's literally just a silver jelly bean, and people show up to it. Like, there are so many different ways that you can create activation that don't require programmatic spaces to be put there. But again, I want to commend them because they're actively trying to do something to address the city's concerns. And then the other thing I wanted to bring up too is in terms of like the scale of the building. You can see how by trying to shift the structure a little bit further east, right? They're trying to minimize what's happening at the street level, which is really important because, again, as you try to step down, as staff is bringing up, so that you don't have the stark contrast between the residential area and the tall tower, again, they're trying. So, again, there are a lot of things being brought up, but I think given how much energy and effort, reaching out to the community, speaking to everyone, it should be commended. And the project is absolutely beautiful. So I'm in full support of everything that they're doing. Thank you.
Thank you. Ruben Morales.
Good evening. So my name is Ruben Morales. I'm also with the Space Connect. We're a small business that just moved down over to West Palm Beach. We're Flex Electric. So, just concerns, I'm glad that the concerns for the community are being taken into consideration. One of the things we just got to understand that the Palm Beach house is 50 years old. It has some work that, when you compare it to a new building that's going up, we're looking at the future of what, West Palm Beach could be, and I think that that's something that we can look into. If you look at, the building, it's a stunning building. Everything's being taken into consideration. So just glad we're in support for the project, and it helps small business and future. I have children coming into the building. We're getting younger people into West Palm Beach, and that's always something to really look at. Now you're going to have a building the two buildings are 50 years apart from architecture standpoint. So, you kind of see what the battle is going to be moving forward. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Mike Montague.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioner. My name is Mike Montague, and I am one of the residents of Palm Beach House. I live in the south side of the building, and I got several concerns. This project is asking over 100 feet height, higher than the MF32 strict zone requirement. As a result of the south side our resident will be experiencing decrease in their coastal view, which reduce property value. In the south side of the building, Palm Beach House is directly facing with this project. Will be built with the burnt dust, debris, noise, vibration every day with the heavy construction. It is affected in our newly painted building, damaged the swimming pool, garage, automobile in the parking lots, and many other issues in there. And most important, people are swimming at the beach and the pool area, which would be directed with the health effect, with the dust and the debris around there. We are asking to reconsider zoning effect and enforcing the safe environment to protect resident and any damage in the Palm Beach building house. Thank you.
Thank you. Right now I have several cards where the person does not wish to speak, but they did have some comments they want read into the record. First is from Elizabeth Perkowski. I am in approval of the 5400 Great Gulf Project. I think it will add a lot to the community. Andrea Cifuentes, I agree with the construction is going to be good for the city. Susanna Wazak, I agree with the speakers from Palm Beach House. Karen Tucker, please listen to us. We are your voters. 272 in the Palm Beach House. The building is too tall and too massive. Follow the North Flagler zone overlay. Looks like Clarence Ritterer. I disagree. A. Gertie, you can't extend the beach to our beach. Icon was supposed to be only 4 stories, and how did you convince the attorney for this high floors? 4 exclamation points. Mary Murphy, I look forward on seeing Great Gulf build at 5400 North Flagler Drive. Commissioners, please approve. Jorge Tribar, I own a local plumbing and construction business and we are certified. I've been on market for 3 years. Now I see this project helping small businesses like mine because we could provide services for it and also benefit the whole community. JT Plumbing and Construction, thanks. Jose Alvarenga, I own a local marble and tile small business and we are certified. I see the project helping small businesses like mine because we could provide services for it, also benefit the whole community. Andres Lecone, I'm representing American Custom Doors, certified small business with the city of West Palm Beach. We specialize in premium hurricane-rated and fire-rated doors. A project like 5400 North Flagler is not only exciting for us, but also for our community, and it will bring growth, opportunity, and lasting value to West Palm Beach. We are proud to support this vision and look forward to being part of it. Scott Harmon, representing Flex Electric, would like to come aboard, show our experience in the field. Jeff Valencia, representing Flex Electric and becoming choice vendor for the city's future projects. Matthias Verlisi, I am the owner of Avalon Builders, a local small business. I support the development of this project in West Palm. I believe the development of this project will only help expand West Palm Beach in the direction that it is headed. And then Anna Perez, I support the project as it is in alignment with the development of West Palm Beach and will bring some added beauty to the neighborhood. Okay, those are all the cards. No, I don't have any other cards, so. Does somebody have another card?
I turned it into you in the hallway.
I don't have any additional cards, Mr. Mayor.
All right, I don't know what happened. So.
Would you like for
Let me
me
go
to
by what
provide
I'm
them with
given.
cards? Huh? Would you like for me to provide them with cards? I have extra here.
Yeah, if they're running out of cards out there, we'll try to squeeze them in. Okay, so Mr. Tuma, you reserve rebuttal. Do you want to? We're going to get your card, sir. Okay. No, you're not overlooked. I don't have your card, but we're going to get you a card. Okay, Mr.
Mayor, President, Commission, this very short. Two items in discussion, visual impact and construction. Let's talk about visual impact first. The separation between Palm Beach House and our proposed building is 310 feet, or the length of Joe Robbie Stadium, so it is a very significant differential between the two. Construction, I do want to respond to that, and Peter, I apologize, I did not catch your last name, but I did catch, I only caught your first name. The survey has already been done. It has been delivered to Palm Beach House. That included a vibration study has already been done for the Palm Beach House. They will also continually monitor during construction. As you know, they're required to do certain steps within the city. But most importantly, what I want you to hear are two items. One, they'll be doing auger pilings. And what does that mean? That means the piles are drilled in like they do at City Place instead of bam, bam, bam. It's not that. They're drilled in, so they're much more silent. And then number two, Mr. Finelli, who's in the audience tonight, reminded me there will be a project manager. And as soon as he gets a demolition permit for that existing building, he's into the city, he will have that. He will also certainly convey who that project manager is to your association. And of course, we want to continue meeting with you as we move forward through this project. Appreciate your time. I have slides, but I don't think they're necessary this evening. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any questions, Commissioner Warren?
Thank you. So the question of the concern about visual impact, you said the distance is similar to Joe Robbie Stadium from.
Yeah, 300, it's the whole length of a football field, so it's 310 feet plus 10 feet.
To the south.
To the south, correct.
Of the project. And so is there a visual impairment to the water views or?
Well, so I do have a slide on that, and I probably should bring it up. But the, what's that?
Tell them it's me, but they don't have.
Oh.
I'm not a seated.
I will allow Mr. Seymour to respond to that.
So,
There's a reason, because we have a record.
State your name for the record, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I apologize. Brian Seymour, I'm the attorney for the applicant. So you have your own lawyer, but the view is based on a perceived right. So while Ken's going to walk through how we actually considered that, there isn't an actual right to the view. So the impact of the view, while yes, there is some, and Ken will show why, it's not a consideration for this particular project because it is not part of the code requirements. So yes, we did consider it, and Ken will walk through that, but I needed that just for the record.
Mayor.
Thank you. 1 second, I'm just pulling up some slides. Thank you, Luis.
Of course, my pleasure.
Oh, that's a good way of doing it. Thank you.
You're welcome. Which one are you looking for?
All the way down.
All the way down?
Yeah.
Okay, just this one here.
Okay. Yeah.
Let me know when.
I'll do it. I got it. It's easier for me to drive it that way. I'll
Just
screw it
get
up.
it. Yeah, you just then you switch to
View. Oopsie. So on the screen in front of you is our proposed building and the existing Palm Beach house. First thing is separations, 310 feet, tower to tower. The next question, Commissioner Warren, you asked, what is the view impact? As Mr. Seymour reminded me very clearly, identified in yellow is the view impact today from the building from the Palm Beach house, or excuse me, from the Placido Mar. So if you look due south from the building today, identified in yellow is a 10-degree blockage that's provided by Placido Mar today. So when you look due south. Now when you look in blue, blue is the additional impact of 10 degrees. However, we did take a look at it in detail. That is a strictly south view. It does not impair any views to the intercoastal. It does not impair any views to the ocean. And let me show you what I mean. So this is the existing view of the Palm Beach house looking straight out of 1605, looking due south. I have both a due south view and then also a view at a 45-degree angle. I'm going to put our building in here. I want you to note on this slide that you see the intercoastal. Now let me go ahead and drop in our building. Again, 310 feet away. This is our building, a slender building. You'll still see the note that you can see the intercoastal, and if you turn your head, you definitely see the ocean. But this is a view on the angle. So in this case, we flew a drone. We turned it on an angle, looking like you're at someone's balcony and looking out at the ocean. This is the view from that. Now, the next slide shows you the impact of our building. Again, we're 310 feet away, and Mr. Seymour always reminds me the view here is 310 feet away, and happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Ward, you had your hand up? You had a follow-up?
I did. It's about the height of the towers, and it says that the total building height is 360 feet, 31 stories, but the actual height includes 20 feet allocated for rooftop mechanical, making it 380 feet high.
That is correct. The way the code works, you get additional height for elevator shafts and things like that, and that's what Luis has indicated. But the building height, the way the city does all building heights throughout the entire city, we are 360 feet. And how does that work? The ground is about 7.43 feet, and then we go to the top, which is 360 feet. That's how it's measured. You are allowed a small encumbrance for mechanical equipment, and that's that additional 20 feet that Luis indicated.
Thank you.
Commissioner Ward.
Thank you. You already covered one of my questions, but can you talk about the work you guys are going to be doing? I know there was concerns about water and sewer. Do you have a response for that?
Sure, yes, thank you. So we have already done initial investigation on the subject site. Our civil engineer's in the audience. He'll be much more informed than I am on this. We've done initial investigation. First, it's important to know that the site is currently served by of those 72 units, so we are currently served. However, we will be providing new water lines as they come into our come down in front of our project and then also into the project as necessary. We're required to make sure that we have capacity for our residents, but we're also not allowed to impact the city system. So whatever's necessary, and I know he's in the audience, he can respond to it much better than I can, but whatever's necessary, obviously our client is going to do, that's required, and your city has reviewed it. The city engineer has also reviewed this.
Okay, we do have two other cards, John LeGrand and Barry Everingham. John LeGrand. John LeGrand.
Yes, my name is Attorney John LeGrand. I'm a resident of the Palm Beach House, 5600 North Flagler. My parents bought into that building in 1980, as well as other relatives. I bought my condo, they were on the north side, in the early 1990s. Jeff Green was building a 20-story tower with 6 houses around it. There's also another project. These lots are empty. There's dozens and dozens of acres that could have been purchased by these developers if they wanted to have adequate space to build the building that they're talking about, which is going to be gorgeous. There's no doubt about that. However, I now sold my place on the north side just before Hurricane Francis and Jean and moved to the south side, so I didn't retire down here and have a skyscraper looking out my window. Unfortunately, that's too tough luck, and I can tell the difference between the people who are residents and live there and understand the impact compared to those who have other reasons for building this beautiful building. But it is kind of like putting, as the old saying goes, 10 pounds of beauty into a 2.5 acre bag. This is only 2.5 acres of land, mind you, 2.5 acres. My home has over 2.5 acres. My other home, I'm a resident here now. But what I wanted to say is that if you look at all the other projects around here, when I first came down here, there was the Tiara over in Singer Island. There was the Placido Del Mar. That was it. There were no skyscrapers. Now we're loaded with skyscrapers, which is okay, and I love them. I love the beautiful buildings, too. But this is a little tiny piece of land that they're trying to put a 31-story tower on. And now, you name one other 31-story tower in West Palm Beach, let alone a 31-story tower that's on 2.5 acres in West Palm Beach. Also, I checked out their permitting. I think that there's something going on with the permitting. They seem to have applied for a renovation permit, but this place next door is only 2 or 3 stories tall. It's tiny. I'm on the 25th floor. Also, another thing, they're using deceptive images for you to look at, because I can tell you right now, I moved to the south side to maintain a view. I can see Rybovich Super Yacht Marina. I can see the breakers. I can see everything. Once this building goes up, I'm going to be seeing my beach in my backyard. That's it, because they pushed the building so close to the water. I think that you need to look into this a little bit more. But primarily, I think that they're doing this under a renovation permit, not a demolition permit. They're not renovating that building, they're tearing it down, which has asbestos in it, by the way. I was co-lead trial counsel on the asbestos litigation. And that's gonna have to be hauled out, removed. I'm not sure, and I don't think there's been any surveys on how they're gonna do that cleanup. So what I am primarily, there's no doubt this is gorgeous, the landscaping, so on and so forth, but I'm up on the 25th floor, so I'm not worried about the landscaping. Even the building's gonna be beautiful. The view's gonna be blocked. I had to move out of my condo. We've been under construction 2.5 years right now. I had to move out of my condo for 7 months last year for the construction that was going on in my condo. The year before that, I had to move out for 4 months because of the construction that was going on. Yes, the Palm Beach House has been fully venerated. It's built in 1978.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much.
All done? Thank you, sir.
Barry Everingham.
My name is Barry Everingham. I'm a resident there. I've been a licensed builder and developer for over 44 years. What he brought up in regards to the permit and the filing, if you look at it, it says demolition and it says renovation. They're not doing renovation, what they're tearing down. And what that does is it kind of gaslights everybody up here if you don't know what it's all about. Because what it does under renovation, they don't have to touch the HVAC, they don't have to touch the plumbing pipes. So all that asbestos that's wrapped on all that, they're not addressing. So it's kind of gaslighting what you guys are thinking about with this. Now, we have an open beach, we have an open pool, we have kids over there, and I've been involved with this before where they're doing a wet renovation over there to get rid of the asbestos. If any of that gets into the air and affects our beach, you got to really issue, because you're going to have to take all that sand out of there, because those spores get into kids' feet, they get into your bronchial tubes, everything, and they cause cancer. That's a known fact. So everything that's going on here, if you look at the gentleman that just spoke in the gray suit there, he said the building goes like this. Show me one of the renderings that's like that. Every rendering he put up on that thing was all square. So it's not showing the V shape that's going to block the view, which is going to cause wind damage because of a vortex effect. So a lot of this stuff that you guys are seeing, it's not in your wheelhouse that you do this every day. These environmental studies, we asked 2 weeks ago for some renderings. You know when we got them? Friday night at 8 o'clock at night. So they are stonewalling everything to get through. And this has been an ongoing thing for a lot of the residents. And the residents that are in this building are not snowbirds. They live here and they work in the city. And that environmental impact on their health and well-being, especially being in the development issues of the asbestos that's in that building that's over there. And nobody can really know, because if you look at the study, they're looking at VCC tile, the mastic that's put down. But whereas if you would have done the demolition and expanded that permit, you would have seen where there's asbestos wrapping on pipes, all the things that they did wonderfully in the 1960s. I've done a ton of this. This permit is totally false of what they're doing. They are not doing a renovation. They're tearing those buildings down.
All right, thank you. Okay, that's all the cards we have. You're reserving some more, you're going to take some more rebuttal time.
Just very briefly, because of the permitting questions that came up, again, for the record, Brian Seymour, the attorney for the applicant. We are not demolishing yet. Those may be old permits. We don't know what they looked at. All permitting will be in accordance with the city's requirements. It'll go through the city's reviews. I understand, but that this will be dealt with your building department, with your experts as well. All of this is processed appropriately. So it isn't going to be the issue. Any asbestos would have to be removed in accordance with all applicable rules and regulations, and will be. So I'm not sure what was looked at, but the permitting, the construction, all of that is dealt with through your building department, and we will follow all regulations as required.
No, we're not doing this. Hey, sir, you're out of order, okay? You've had your time to speak. Okay, Commissioner Ward.
I just want to confirm, just because staff agrees with that there isn't an issue with the permit right now.
Well, as far as we know, we haven't checked the records, but they have not submitted any permits because they are just going through the approval process for the site plan. So maybe there's older permits from the existing building. When they submit, they will have to follow the city rules. The demolition, they will have to submit a demolition. If there's any asbestos, it will have to follow the process. It's the health department actually rules that prescribe what are the process for the removal of the asbestos, but they have to apply for the required permits for the demolition and the new construction, but they have not applied for anything yet. They're just going through the site plan approval process right now.
Any other questions? President Lambert?
Thank you so much. My question is for staff as well. In that similar vein, can you talk a little bit about construction management plans? And I know some of the residents nearby mentioned if construction goes after hours, or can you talk about the plan, how it's submitted and how it's maintained?
Yes, we have specific rules about construction management. Before they, at the time they submit for building permit, they have to apply for a construction management permit also that will regulate, for example, where is the trucks for the construction are gonna come, with routes where the construction workers are gonna park. Then the city has specific rules about construction times, work on site. I mean, it's from Monday to Friday, 7 to 7, and on Saturday and Sunday is 8 to 8. 8 to 8? Yeah, 8 to 8, I think. So they have to ask for after-hours construction permit. So that is by permit. It's a kind of a privilege that the building official will regulate. Basically, if they start having issues with the neighbors, will not allow after-hours work. They will have to, the construction companies these are big projects, so the construction companies are pretty good at monitoring systems for vibration, for noise, for dust control, all those things, because they know they don't want to impact the neighbors, and this is a residential neighborhood, so they will follow those processes. Thank you.
Any other questions? Commissioner Ward?
I don't have a question, I just have a comment. So
All right, go ahead.
Just for my other commissioners, because I want to hear your thoughts on this. Obviously, this is a big decision, and it's higher than the Flagler overlay, and I just wanted to give you guys some of my perspective, and I would hope that you guys can give me yours, because we can't ever talk to each other about these things. So throughout the time period, the reason why the Flagler overlay came to be was commentary from the community for years, and I love that staff went above and beyond to try to figure it out, and nothing is perfect, and obviously this came before when we adopted the Flagler overlay, but the whole point was to have predictability, to have funds go back into the community with impact, and we can't always get it perfectly right. Size and the height of buildings was one of the biggest discussion points, and I applaud the neighborhood association for really leaning in and answering our questions, answering what they wanted to see. It's not easy being the speaking point for a community where it's divisive, and I really am grateful to the board for leading that and responding to us. The negatives have been kind of talked about, and I think you guys realize that these comments come about every single time we're approving a new development, and I know Commissioner Fox, you've been in the heart of some of those big developments and dealt with dust and frustrations, and we've already had a couple buildings. Alba's on its way to being complete. We have Icon Marina. I want to talk about some of the positives because I have a hard time differentiating just the height when I have all these other positives. I see the pushback of the building to the east as a positive. It's away from the single-family homes, and while I understand the frustration from another building 300 feet away that some of their southerly view will be blocked, I feel like as a whole it's better for the entire community that it's pushed away than it would be abrupt right next to the Flagler corridor to account for another tall building's view. The other thing is that I heard from the community that was a big plus are fire trucks on the property, not parking on Flagler. Another impact that I heard that they enjoyed was the fact that I know there's been discussion about the roundabout, but it also can take more cars, and it gets cars off of Flagler. We right now have events that go on at Icon and other places, and our community's become kind of a dumping ground for some of these cars, and the backup on Flagler, it's only a 2-lane street. I can't help but talk about the fact that it is really good architecture. It is pretty, and we want pretty buildings in our community. We want variety in our community. And so it's hard for me to look at that and not go, that's a very, very attractive building and different than what we see. So I feel like I've continuously been back and forth on a lot of the issues and talking with staff and the neighborhood and the applicant. And it's a challenge accepting the 360 and even the active use. I think I had like an aha moment over the weekend because I haven't really understood Anna Maria's point. And then I was driving along Flagler and looking at things, and it was very much an aha of like, okay, I understand now why you want viewpoints in this area instead of a gate and a fence separating, because that's kind of what we have right now with some of the existing developments in that area, is that when you walk by them, it is a gate and it is no entry, and it is that separation between the people who live in the single family homes and the people who live in the buildings. And so I've actually come on to her side of those things and to agree to an extent that I understand why. And to one of the gentleman's points, it can be art, but we want to bring people out to be in a community and feel welcome in that community. And so I do understand that, and I appreciate the changes that have come from that. But I really do want to hear comments and feedback from you all, because this is a hard decision, and it is a tall building. But it is also over 3 acres with the submerged land, 2 and 2.5 with the land. It's not some of the smaller buildings, the smaller parcels that we've seen come before us. Thanks.
Any other comments, Commissioner Fox?
Thank you. Well, just to respond to Commissioner Ward's questions, comments, I live downtown. I very much enjoy the development downtown. I like to be able to walk places. I like to be able to have more things that are close by that I can do. And I know that that's not what every neighborhood wants. Every neighborhood's different. But I think in terms of the height, there's a couple of things. I think no matter what was built next to this building, it was going to be something. So somebody's views were going to be impacted. And I used to live right next to what was Macy's downtown, if you all know where that is. It was just basically a big concrete block, 5 stories or something, that I would look out and everything was blocked. And now the Laurel's next to me, and it's taller and it's skinnier, but it's also light, there's windows. And so I think sometimes when you're looking at the presentations like tonight, everything is just a big mass and you're not able to see how light it's going to look and being able to see through the building and how active it's going to be. I think, it's not really a good representation what we're looking at sometimes in the presentations. I think the height to me is not an issue. I think if the overlay, this was already grandfathered in, it would give me pause to think about it. If we just made this commitment with the overlay, I would be looking at this differently. But I do agree with you that this is a beautiful building, and not every project is going to be perfect what we want. This looks like it has so many of the things that are going to be attractive to the community. The neighbors, for the most part, seem to be on board. And I think there's not a lot more we can ask for. I also believe that having the active use in the front, like I said, people really love their dogs. They're going to be out there using that facility, and then they're going to go out in the community, take the dogs for a walk, and it's going to seem like an active use. So I am very supportive of this, and I am looking forward to just moving forward and making sure that we can and make sure the quality of life is as good as it can be when the development starts happening, because I have lived next to development, and I know I work from home mostly. It can be an impact, and so as much as we can do to make sure that we can provide as much assistance to the residents during that, I think I look forward to moving forward with this tonight. Thanks.
Questions, comments? Commissioner Peduzzi?
Thank you. I don't have as much of an issue with the height as well. My concern is more with the massing. And I think that they've done a good job of, between the podium and then having the tiers, I think it's going to look less massive because of that. And I think it fits well, I believe, into the context of what's going to be there in the future, even though it may be a little taller at this point. But I think that having it tiered and with the podium helps. I think it's a great improvement from what's there now. Unfortunately, as Mr. Seymour pointed out, you don't have a right to a view. It's not a legal thing that we can even take into account. It's unfortunately, there's probably going to be more high buildings that are going to obstruct your view in the future. You're probably going to get something, more on each side, both north and south. And it's just the way it works, And I think that this is a good project, and I'm going to be looking forward to supporting it. I am concerned, as some of the speakers mentioned some of their concerns, but it sounds like there's going to be steps taken to minimize the vibrations, and that the system they're using is not going to be, the supports, the underground supports are not going to be hammered, they're going to be drilled. That should make a tremendous difference, and I'm sure that when it comes to asbestos mitigation, that there's licensed, companies that are going to have to come out and mitigate anything that's there before any demolition occurs. They're not just going to be knocking down a building that has, asbestos and put those particles in the air, because it's going to put, the demolition crew and everyone in the area potentially at risk, and I can't see them allowing that. And I think that our staff has heard these concerns. I think the developer has heard these concerns, and because of that, I'm confident that the necessary steps to mitigate the asbestos will be taken care of, and I look forward to supporting this project.
Any other? Is that a yes? You want
Yes,
to speak?
sir.
Hold up your hand, please.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Warren?
Sure. I just want to say that I support this project as well. I think that the approach to all of the concerns has been very thoughtful. I believe that you've taken everything into consideration. I think that this is the best use of the space. I am not opposed to the height. I think that it may be intimidating to some, but I do believe that the underground parking but beneath the structure is beneficial. I think that's the appropriate approach to parking in our community. So I think that was thoughtful. I think that the architect has designed a superior residence, and I look forward to seeing it completed.
President Lambert?
Thank you so much. Commissioner Ward, I just want to say thank you for sharing your perspective as well. I think that that's one of the reasons why it's important that we have district commissioners, and so I appreciate hearing some of the concerns about the backup along Flagler from some of the other projects, and staff did bring up that, or I think the developer brought that up in some of their one-on-one presentations as well. I agree. I think this is a beautiful addition to the neighborhood, to the city. To those in the other high-rise nearby, you know, we hear your concerns, and I'm hopeful that the developers and the representatives have taken those concerns into consideration. I see head nodding. They have a proven track record of listening to residents. I know that because they built in my district before as well, and created a great product. I am grateful for the opportunity to hear from you all, as well as from our single-family homeowners in the neighborhood as well. I think that's important consideration, including the community input meetings that you all held. So I look forward to supporting this project tonight as well. Thank you.
Any other questions, comments? Okay, I'll entertain a motion.
Mayor, I move approval of ordinance number 5144-25, a rezoning to change approximately 3.011 acres from a multifamily high-density MF32 residential designation to a residential plan development, including an acreage waiver to create the 5400 North Flagler Drive residential plan development.
Second.
No, there's more to the motion.
Hold on, that wasn't a complete motion.
Sorry.
This motion is based, I had to flip the page, sorry. This motion is based upon the factual testimony presented, the application submitted, the staff report, the recommendation of the planning board, and the findings that the rezoning is consistent with the comprehensive plan and does comply with the standards found in section 94-32 of the city's zoning and land development regulations. The City Commission finds that particular circumstances justify the reduction of the planned development acreage to less than 10 acres, and that the requirements for the planned development district zoning and the benefits to be derived from the planned development district zoning can be derived in such lesser area.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Discussion. Hearing none. Madam Clerk, can you read the ordinance, please?
Ordinance number 5144-25, an ordinance of the City Commission of the City of West Palm Beach, Florida, amending the zoning map of the City of West Palm Beach to rezone the approximately 3.011 acres of property located generally at 5400 North Flagler Drive from multifamily high-density residential zoning designation to residential plan development, declaring this zoning map amendment consistent with the comprehensive plan of the city, revising the zoning map agreement, revising the zoning map of the city accordingly, providing for an effective date and for other purposes.
All those in favor of the motion say aye.
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 All those opposed, like sign. Hearing no opposition, motion carries unanimously. Thank you. All right.
Yeah. So glad you stay here all the time.
All right. Leave as quietly as possible, please. We still have business to conduct.
Yes. Me.
We'll now now turn to item 9.3, public hearing of resolution number 214-25 regarding a major amendment to the Palm Beach Atlantic University Community Service Plan development to reduce the number of parking levels in the previously approved parking garage. All right, close that. Okay, let me start over. 9.3, public hearing of resolution number 214-25 regarding a major amendment to the Palm Beach Atlantic University Community Service Plan development to reduce the number of parking levels in the previously approved parking garage structure generally located on the east side of South Dixie Highway between Gruber Place and Acacia Road, and to provide for a more contextually appropriate wrap for the treatment of the building facades. The parking garage structure was previously approved by resolution number 74-25. Mr. Warrior.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the commission. It's my pleasure to be here. For the record, Harvey Oyer of Schutz & Bowen on behalf of Palm Beach Atlantic University. We are seeking a major plan development amendment to our CSPD to approve screening on a garage as well as reduce the height of that garage as previously approved by the City Commission in April. So this is the site location. I know that you are all familiar with it. I don't know if my cursor will move. Yeah. I'm sorry?
I looked it up a little bit ago. I might have figured it out. Here, let me see if this works for you. It didn't work. I'm sorry.
So no way to point?
Unfortunately not.
Okay. So the site location is on the east side of Dixie Highway, just south of Okeechobee Boulevard. It includes a 25-story student housing project on the right-hand side of the red box, and on the left-hand side of the red box is the parking garage that is subject to the discussion tonight. On April 16th, the City Commission approved Resolution 74-25, which approved a 25-story dormitory to accommodate 990 students, an 11-story parking garage with 888 parking spaces, an increase in the student enrollment cap for the university from the historic 3,000 up to 5,000 students, 4 waivers, and a condition of approval 19P that required us to come back this evening with improved cosmetics on the parking garage. I was not at that meeting, but I've watched the video of it. I don't think anyone was thrilled with the aesthetic appearance of the garage, so you condition the approval on PBAU coming back to this body with a better aesthetic design on the garage. That's the purpose for which we are here tonight. Since that April approval, PBAU has applied to the city to reduce the height of the garage. We heard 2 things in April. Is the garage too high? And it does not look good. And we are trying to address both of those this evening. So a proposed voluntary reduction from an 11-story garage to an 8.5-story garage, resulting in minus 21 feet of height. The removed metal wave aesthetic, which I'll show you in a graphic. We made a number of other changes, including changing the coloration on the parking garage to a lighter color. Also adding punched openings to the stairwells to break up the visual impact, and adjusting the reveal patterns to match what's on the residential building. We believe that all of these changes comply with what your desire was on the cosmetic changes. In making these changes, it triggered a new waiver, which is a minor de minimis waiver for 6 support columns to hold up the cosmetic structure that you will see on Dixie Highway. So the parking analysis, if we reduce the currently approved parking garage that is at 11 levels, 888 spaces, to an 8.5-story garage, while we reduce the height 21 feet, we lose 185 parking spaces. Those are the metrics on the parking changes. Now let's talk about the design. So what had been proposed, I don't think met with the approval of any of you, which is why we were asked to come back for a major amendment. The facade redesign, I'll give credit to city staff, to Sabile. She walked the campus and noticed a geometric design that appears throughout the campus. It's, the Greek word is ichthus, which is Greek for fish, but in the Christian religion, it is a symbol of early Christianity that has been used for virtually 2 millennia throughout the Christian world. It's also known as a Jesus fish, and as you know, this is a Christian founded and based university, which is why this symbolism appears elsewhere on the campus. And Sabile had the idea of taking that existing design and using it elsewhere on the property. So hopefully you can get, I don't know if there's a way to blow this up, but if there is, I can better demonstrate to you. And now I don't have the ability to. How do I go back to the slide I was on? Yep. So hopefully on your screen you can see it better, but this geometric symbol of the ichthus, the Jesus fish, appears on the header across the top, and it appears in every one of those circular designs that you see running vertically on the building. Each one of those is a cross of those 2 ichthus, and you can see they're different size circles, they're different color circles, they're different patterns, but collectively they create a great aesthetic on the building. This is the west facade, Dixie Highway, that you're looking at. So the blue doors that's the ground floor, and above it are the design. This is ventilated, naturally ventilated, so it does not have to be mechanically ventilated. On the corners, and again, I wish I had a pointer, but those are the stairwells on the corners, and you can see we've used a punch facade on that to create more dimension to it. So this is what went to the planning board. Planning board instantly, unanimously approved this, but staff had asked for some additional ornamentation on the north and south facades on the easternmost portion, which we had not proposed to put ornamentation on because it's not really visible from Dixie Highway and it cost money to do it. Staff very much wanted us to cover that eastern 30% of the north and south facades, even though it's not generally visible unless you're down one of the side streets. We didn't have the budget to do it. We've worked together over the last 30 or 45 days to solve that problem by removing some of the ornamentation off the Dixie Highway side and moving it around to the side streets. So no additional cost to the university, but all of the building is covered. So that results in what is before you tonight, and the only difference is a couple of those columns have been moved to the side. Again, lacking a pointer, it's difficult for me to show you where those are located, but I don't know if you can see the difference without me pointing it out. Now, here's the problem we were trying to solve for at Planning Board. This is the north facade, which is on Gruber Place, and you can see there's ornamentation on the western 70% of it, that 30% on the east, which would be hidden from view on Dixie, was left unornamented. We have removed some of the ornamentation from the Dixie facade and rearranged what's here to give you this. So again, this is what Planning Board saw. This is the current proposal, and that was our architect. I have no idea why this keeps moving ahead without me touching anything. So that addressed the staff concerns without any additional cost to the university. Similarly, on the south facade, you can see the easternmost portion was not covered, and now it is by simply rearranging metallic work that was already there. So this is the design that you saw in April with the wave, and this is the design today. On the right-hand side, Again, that additional ornamentation is hidden behind the neighboring building, but it now exists. This is pulling back a little bit further on Dixie Highway, looking due south. And now we're looking north on Dixie Highway. Again, similarly, you cannot see the far right-hand side of the screen, but should you go down that side street, it is now ornamented the same as the remainder of the south facade. This is what it looks like in context. I'll point out to you that this garage, and I understood there was concern about a large garage on Dixie Highway right in full public view. But if you look to the north, that is a PBAU parking garage. Again, I wish I had a pointer, but it is the cream-colored building to the north. That's a parking garage. Just to the north of that, where the Mr. C's building is going, the entire podium of that is parking. And the Cohen site, the tent site, that is their parking garage. So within 2 blocks, you have what will be 4 fairly large parking garages. So that may not change your mind over whether this is too large, not large enough, but at least contextually it shows you that there are other similar sized parking garages within 2 blocks on Dixie Highway. Now, the waiver request is because there's an 8-foot setback that we now encroach into by 1.5 feet, and I'll show you where that occurs. It may be easier to show you here, and then we'll go backwards. Those 6 columns that you see are supporting the cosmetic structure above it. So in order to achieve the cosmetic design that I think all of you desired and staff and our architect agree to, it requires support columns. Each of those encroach 1.5 feet into the landscape buffer that you see on the right-hand side of the sidewalk. The very de minimis, staff supports it, planning board supports it, but it is an additional waiver. I will show that to you in plan view. You have Dixie Highway to the left, on-street parking, then a 4-foot landscape buffer, then a 10-foot sidewalk, and we are supposed to have a 4-foot landscape buffer between the east side of the sidewalk and the face of the building, which we do at all locations except where those 6 columns hit the ground to support the additional cosmetic changes. All of the same number of plantings will be in there. They'll just work their way around that 1.5 foot encroachment. This is a cross section of it. Again, the orange line is the required 8 feet. In those 6 locations only 6.5 feet is being provided. I don't think that is a big deal. There will be far more landscaping here than probably any other part of Dixie Highway, so it's a vast improvement over what is there today. And you can also see the scoring lines, the horizontal scoring lines above this. They were placed every 2 floors. So it looks, at first glance like a 4-story building rather than an 8-story building, because within these scoring lines, there's 2 levels of parking. And that's a great optical illusion that architects can create to make a tall building look shorter. That is the conclusion of our presentation. Again, we are here on the requirement to be here for the cosmetic approval. We have also requested a shorter garage in response to comments from this group as well as others in the community that was an awfully big garage to put on Dixie Highway. Maybe the cosmetics have solved that for you, I don't know. But in the interest of being a good community partner, we have voluntarily offered to make that shorter. Staff recommends approval, planning board approved it, and I am delighted to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you address the question as to whether or not you have sufficient parking now in light of the reduction of the height?
I will do my best to answer that. And, I've received questions from, a number of you, what is the required parking? And I want to point out that parking is very dynamic on a university campus. This is not, a snapshot of a new office building that we know is parked at 3 spaces per 1,000. This is a university with a whole lot of different uses. It has a changing student body every semester. It has a changing number of faculty and staff every semester. So it's kind of hard to answer that question. By the way, to the staff, I had put 2 slides in here at your request that I don't see in this version. Hopefully it was uploaded. It would directly answer the mayor's question. It breaks down, and I have it here. I just want to be able to put it on the screen.
I noticed that Roger set them up as hidden slides, so I think you have to go out of there and then unhide them. When you sent it to me, I saw that they were
no, I had it put directly in the presentation at staff's request. We know how to.
Yes, these two.
Do you have a version? Or?
They're, if you can get into the PowerPoint, they were designated as hidden, so we can just unhide them. It's these two. See how they're hidden?
This one?
They're marked as hidden.
How do I remove them?
Here, I think. I don't know if it'll, I can't right click. I don't know if it would let me.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you, Chris. And Chris Hagan, our traffic engineer, can add more to this, but I tried to make it simplistic, as simplistic as you can make a complicated parking analysis. So there are 493 spaces required to park the dorm that you approved. So 25-story dorm, 990 beds, according to the code, is 493 spaces needed to park our own project. The first bullet point, you will see how many spaces we've lost on campus in the last several years due to the sale of what is now the South Flagler House property, which in the chart below, that would be the Flagler Towers and the Lakeview Towers. So those two combined were a loss of spaces once that project went under construction. The business school took out the space that we all knew as the funeral home that was there for years in the funeral home parking lot. It's called the Green Complex here. Then the intramural lot, which is green space, is where this dormitory is going, and it's already under construction. We also removed 7 on-street spaces. So if you add up the 493 needed to park this project, plus what we've taken out of service on the campus, it adds up to 816 spaces. So that is our break-even number to get us back to where we were before you allowed us to increase the student enrollment. I'll also note underneath where it says note, I did not include in here the loss of 2 significant off-site parking agreements, which were the First Church of Christ Scientist. Those spaces disappeared about 3 years ago when One Flagler went under construction, and more recently, the spaces that we leased from you, the CRA on the tent site, when that went under construction. So suffice it to say, we've lost over 800 spaces, or with the inclusion of the demand for the dorm, we're at over 800. So did we need the 888? Yes, your staff at the time gave us a bit of an ultimatum that you've been juggling parking for years. Now you want to increase student enrollment. Now you want to take away more parking with the business school and this dorm. You need to replace it somewhere. Did we want to spend all that money building a giant parking garage? No, but we were trying to make ourselves whole and account for whatever the student growth rate is going to be with the increased student enrollment cap. So that 816 was the bare minimum that staff and us thought we needed. Now, how have we dealt with it all these years without enough parking? It's a bit of a juggling act, to be honest with you. We do things such as freshmen cannot park on campus. We can restrict the number of parking permits that are issued. We can increase the price of parking permits to deter people from wanting to buy parking permits. We operate shuttles. We operate circuits. We can put more courses online so students don't have to drive to the campus. Non-essential employees, such as professors that don't have to be on campus, we can have them work from home. So every semester when we know the enrollment, and we know how many off-site parking agreements we have, we can begin this juggling act. Can we continue to do the juggling act? Sure, we can. You know, we run shuttles from the Rinker Athletic Campus over on Parker every day, but what we were trying to do is fully park ourselves from our past and current condition and even towards our future condition. So, Mayor, I'm not sure if I'm answering your questions, but these are the things that we have historically done, do today, will continue to do in the future to juggle the fact that we, you know, never really had enough parking spaces on campus. I will also note for the record that by bringing this many students on campus that are presently commuting to campus, we should see a meaningful reduction in traffic on the roads. That's not the same issue as parking, but just as a side note, parking and traffic are related. So we have about 35% of our students live off campus. We're trying to bring as close to 100% on campus as we can, not only to solve, you know, traffic in the neighborhood, but to create a truly residential college experience like I think many of us had. And this was the university's attempt to do that.
All right. Any questions for the applicant before we hear from staff? Commissioner Ward.
Thank you. Did you see an increase in the student body this past year?
We did. So we were at a 3,000 cap until April. This fall, I think I have the leadership at the university here. They can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think they added about 100 students to that in this fall semester. Expect a similar 100 new ones in the January semester. And again, they can control that. And they'll control it as parking spaces are available, classroom space is available, faculty is available, but yes, it's already growing.
Commissioner Baduzzi.
Thank you. And I know I gave you a little bit of a hard time in our meeting earlier today. I am in agreement. I think the facade improvements that you've made addressed our concerns. I think it looks better. I think it looks less massive. I think that by putting those dividers in there that make it look like there's less floors does its job, and I think you guys did a good job of that. What concerns me is that, you know, we already talked about this. You know, we gave approval for a 25-story dorm with 990 students. You've asked for increased enrollment, which we've given you from 3,000 to 5,000. At the time of our last meeting, there were many people that testified, if I remember correctly, that this was absolutely necessary. The number of spaces were absolutely necessary in order to avoid problems. And I think all of us were concerned that, hey, about cars spilling into the neighboring streets. And it seemed at the time that the university and the supporters were adamant that this was necessary, absolutely necessary. And if I remember correctly, people testified under oath that it was absolutely necessary. Here we are today with a reduced structure, not a reduction in the amount of students that are allowed, not a reduction in the number of kids that'll be in the dorms, but we've got a significant reduction in parking spaces, 185, which is significantly below the bare minimum break-even point as I calculated it. You know, it's what, 703 spaces? If you take 888 and subtract 185, you're at 703, which is well below your break-even bare minimum. What concerns me is that if you've been watching the news, there's been a revival happening in Christian churches and Christian communities. Your applications are at an all-time high, from what I understand. Church attendance is at an all-time high. Family Church has never seen so many people come into their church, and it's all in that same area. Parking's a nightmare. The whole area has a parking problem right now. Some of it could be attributed to construction, but with what seems to be occurring for Christian churches, Christian schools, is that they're very popular right now, and I think you're going to continue to see increased applicants. And I'm concerned with this, you know, reduction of 185 spaces. If you don't have some other plan, that we're going to have traffic spilling out into our neighboring streets, neighborhood streets. People are going to be attempting to park on Family Church's campus. People are going to be attempting to park, anywhere they can find a space. And it sounds like you need more spaces. And as I said, I'm having trouble just wrapping my head around the fact that a couple of months ago, or whenever it was very clear that you needed the spaces, and we were told that you needed it. And I think that's why you had a vote of 5-0 with commissioners here saying, okay, you say you need it, we're gonna give it to you. And now here we are, and we're reducing it by 185 spaces. Hey, I think it probably looks better. The context probably does look better with a smaller parking garage. I think the facade, as I said before, looks great. But we need to also look to the future and not create additional problems, and that's what I'm concerned about, and I'm concerned that this is a major change. And if the way I look at it is I just prefer to stick with what we've already voted for, 5-0, because I think you need the spaces. That's all I have to say for now.
I'm happy to address that. So yes, we do need the spaces. We needed them in April. We need them now. But in the spirit of being a good community partner, if you all thought that was too tall of a building, we'll reduce the height. And how will we deal with that? The same juggling act that we've been doing for years. We can just restrict more students from having cars. We can shuttle more people from Parker. It's not ideal, which is why staff asked us to fully park it, and we were willing to pay for it and build it. We're willing to build something less if that is what is best for this community and this neighborhood. So I hope we're trying to work with the city and deal with our problems, and it's kind of hard to serve the parking requirement and what is cosmetically appropriate for the neighborhood, and we're trying to walk that balance with you as our partner.
Commissioner Warren.
Thank you so much for going back to the drawing board and taking into consideration everything that was discussed during that original meeting, because there were concerns about the height, there were concerns about the facade, and you took an amazing approach to go back and address that. I think it looks wonderful. It's a tremendous improvement. My concern is similar to that of Commissioner Peduzzi's. When I do the math on this, that is a 20%, greater than 20% reduction in parking spaces. And the reason for my original approval, even though I did not favor the height, it seemed to be a necessity. And it was addressing many of the issues for the spaces that were lost and the ability to be able to move forward in a way that made sense. And that was financially responsible, fiscally responsible for Palm Beach Atlantic University to do, to be able to complete the construction in one pass versus having to come back before us again later to address something that we know is imminent. And it's imminent in a good way because we recognize that the community is growing. We recognize that this has become a destination to people in their career as well as people to pursue education. So much so that it's attracted another major university. So with that in consideration, recognizing what parking is in our downtown, I'm confused about how you would propose something, a height of 11 stories, and then reduce it to 8.5 once you've received the approval. It's typically the reverse. It's typically people coming back and asking for something more, but in this particular case, I'm not understanding the reduction. And I did hear you say that it was to be a good citizen and good neighbor, and but I'm not understanding that that's a good business move, especially considering how we are
I'll
growing.
try to address
and
that
the
again.
increase in your enrollment, the increase in your dormitory, the increase in the amount of educators that it will take, and ancillary staff in order to accommodate that increase in your capacity.
Yep, I will try to address that again, but first of all, thank you for letting this move forward. I know in April, when no one was happy with the cosmetics, you could have stopped it right there, and you heard PBAU that a dorm can only open once a year and that it needed to stay on schedule, and I'm delighted to say the bond financing closed, it's under construction if you go by the site, so thank you for letting this move forward. Otherwise, it would have delayed it another year. I'm also delighted to hear you agree with us and staff that the cosmetics are much, much better. But to your tougher question, we needed the parking back then. We still need it today. Staff said we needed it. No one's been disingenuous in any way. We've never changed the numbers. The numbers are the numbers. We needed approximately 816 just to stay even. But the reason we're making the offer to reduce it is, you know, we don't want to be a bad partner. If you think that is too big on Dixie Highway and it looks bad and it harms the city or a major arterial road into the downtown, we're willing to continue the juggle that we've been doing for years through all of these other methods of dealing with parking. So I guess we're offering to do it the way we think it needs to be parked as approved, or the way that would look better for the community in your eyes. We're willing to do either one.
I appreciate
We just want to
that.
make it work.
I certainly appreciate that. I just don't know if juggling is the appropriate approach, especially considering that all of the factors were taken into consideration originally, and that was the reason for allowing the building to go up to 11 stories. But
I hope I'm answering your question.
You are answering my question. I'm just not understanding how it is beneficial to you to do the 8.5 stories versus the 11. And I did hear you say that it was an attempt to be able to move forward and be a good partner. So I do understand and appreciate that.
Well, it helps us in the sense that the students that are living off campus and driving every day, we hope to house a lot of them in this dormitory and put them on campus with fewer drive miles, less traffic in the neighborhood. So in that sense, it's an improvement. And the dormitory allows us to accommodate the expansion. And it allows us to solve all of the parking that we lost, those 320 some odd spaces that we have lost. So does it help us? Yes, it absolutely helps us. Would it be better to have more parking on campus? It would.
If approved, would you be able to build to the 11 stories instead of the 8.5 financially?
So that is the approval we currently have. We're requesting it to go to 8.5. We could do either. Now, the 11 was approved by our P3 partner, and it had been approved by our board of the university. We then went back to both before we submitted the 8.5 and got their approval to do the 8.5. So technically, I think we'd have to go back to the PBAU Board of Trustees and ask to go back to 11 if you were to, not grant us the 8.5 tonight, and we'd have to go back to our P3 partner. But I have no reason to believe that they wouldn't approve it. They both approved it once before.
Thank you.
President Lambert.
Thank you. I'm going to challenge a term that you used, juggling act, and maybe just ask that we look at that as transportation demand management. That's something that we take very seriously here in the city. We often talk about ways to reduce parking, to reduce cars, and to look at alternative mobility options. And Harvey, I think that you mentioned some of these just briefly in the presentation. Thank you for bringing those up. And I don't know if you could speak about them or staff, but I know we recently also had a presentation by WPB Go, and they talked about PBAU being one of the lead partners in working with us on incentivizing students and faculty to utilize other forms of transportation and other mobility options so that we can reduce the number of cars that are traveling. I mean, I think we all take traffic and parking issues very seriously here in the city, and I don't want to be light of this strategy and what we have spent a lot of time and energy and investment discussing?
I don't know if you're looking for a response to that, Commissioner, but we try to be a good partner, which is why these TDM strategies that you see on the screen may be new to other developers. This is how we've operated for a long time. This is sort of the only way we've survived as a growing, thriving university without any more real estate to build parking on. So already doing this, we can do more of it, we can do less of it, but we will have to continue doing some level of this probably forever.
And if I recall what you said correctly, is that the university plans for how much enrollment they will have based on a lot of factors. One is parking, one is faculty, one is classroom space. So in fact, should we be looking at the future enrollment and whether that is guiding how much parking we need, or should we be looking at what is appropriate for our city and then determining and then letting those factors play out in your university strategies? I think it's a hypothetical question for my colleagues.
To answer that, nor can I answer when the enrollment will go up. It took us, we were capped at 3,000 for decades. I don't know if we get to 5,000 in 3 years or 30 years or never. But as Commissioner Peduzzi correctly pointed out, I think applications are at an all-time high. We could be accepting more students now. We're not accepting more students now because we do need our infrastructure, parking, faculty, classrooms to catch up to that. But yes, we could accept a lot more students.
Follow-up, Mayor?
Yes.
And I do want to comment on the facade, and thank you all so much for spending the time. I'm grateful that staff, Sabile, who runs our art program, was able to work with you all and come up with something that truly is beautiful and I think fits in. The photos that you showed us, is that the building at the 8.5 stories or the 11?
The 8.5 stories.
Okay, thank you.
City Attorney, Madam City Attorney.
I just wanted to ask a question to Mr. Orier, if I may. The applicant did apply for the 8.5, yes?
Correct.
And the justification statements that were submitted with part of the application indicated that the application for the major amendment did meet the standards in our code that are required for the major amendment, particularly 9432, 9435, and 94207, yes?
If you accept our TDM strategies as an alternative.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure that for your
code.
record and for what you decide on this evening, the evidence submitted and the evidence presented by staff and by the applicant are that the proposal meets the standards.
And
for
we
your
appreciate
code.
the flexibility in the code that allows any applicant in the city to either park it to code or use TDM strategies in lieu of parking to code. So whether we did 11 stories or even taller or much less, the TDM strategies that are provided for in your code is what allows us the ability to continue to meet code in one way or another.
So you're basically saying that it's your desire to be a better corporate citizen, which allowed the reduction, and a more aggressive use of TDM strategies that will enable you to park the students and meet the demand that you think is there. It's the combination of those two.
Yes, which is what we've done in the past.
That's why I started off with the question, do you think this new proposal, 8.5 stories, will be sufficient for the parking needs that you anticipate going forward? Is that a yes or no?
It's a yes, but just noted that we don't know what the increased enrollment will be and how quickly it will come, but we can deal with it with the TDM strategies.
And you never knew that.
I'm sorry?
You never knew that. You could never predict
We
specifically.
could never predict.
All right, so even if you had an 11-story garage, that may have been more than enough or less than enough, it just depends.
Correct, it's a very dynamic, again, it's not like building an office building one time. Our student enrollment goes up and down, our off-site parking agreements go up and down, the number of commuter students versus residential students go up and down. So it's kind of hard to take a snapshot in time and say, this is, our parking demand forever. These are best estimates, not only by us, but by your own staff. These are best estimates.
And it is the use of the TDM strategies that allows you to move more toward controlling or dealing with the demand for parking.
Yes.
A more aggressive use of those strategies, and therefore is that combination. So that's why you could say something, as was stated as part of the support statement for this filing,
correct,
is that the decreased number of parking spaces combined with the more aggressive TDM strategy would allow sufficient parking.
Yes, sir.
All right. Commissioner Peduzzi.
Thank you, Mayor. May I ask for clarification from the city attorney about an issue?
Yeah, you can ask.
The question I have is that where are we right now? Right now, they've changed the ask. We've already voted on allowing something at a higher height. If we were to vote tonight against this, other than the facade improvement, against the decrease in height, what they're asking for now, that still leaves, I would think, our vote that was 5-0 intact, and they would still have the right to build the 11 stories?
It would leave the prior amendment in place, yes, that major amendment that was approved previously. I simply was for his record, if their desire is 8.5 and the application before you is 8.5, the requirements are that the commission considers whether or not the application that's presented meets the standards, and those standards, are based on substantial and competent evidence. So I'm just making sure that the applicant has the information in the record. If the denial is something that they're not happy with, that the denial is based on some evidence.
Are any other questions for the applicant before we hear from staff? Okay, staff, what say ye?
Good evening. Ana Maria Ponte, Development Services Director for the record. So we are discussing Resolution 214-25. As the applicant did a thorough explanation of where the three requests are tonight, I'm just probably gonna go straight to the one that seems to have more concerns. Staff is in support of the reduction of the parking structure from the 11 stories to the 8.5. And Veronica Alture, the city's traffic engineer, is here, and she has some information about the demand of the parking and why we think is sufficient to accomplish what is needed for the school. And it's important to know that one of the items that we kind of try to encourage in the downtown, and this university is in close proximity to the downtown, it's in the core of the city, is to promote alternative modes of transportation. The more parking we provide for people, the more traffic congestion we will induce. So having some friction and restrict the parking will help us to promote alternative modes of transportation and encourage people to use it. If we're talking about a university, this is our prime target for alternative modes of transportation. These are students. They are willing to take transportation. They are not high executives that are not target for that. The students are the ones that take transportation in this city and in every city. So if that is one of the items, this is kind of the reduction. Well, despite it's a reduction in the number of parking spaces that they were originally proposed, that doesn't mean that the university will not be able to function with this. And encouraging alternative modes of transportation will be more in the benefit of the city to reduce the traffic impacts for the additional students that we want to attract. Having said that, I just want to mention that the improvements on the facade treatment are amazing. They are substantial. We appreciate all the effort that the applicant has put on this. We have worked with them for the last 2 months to make a facade that is more compatible with the surrounding, that will be something that people will enjoy when they drive, when they walk by. They work with staff also accomplishing some improvements on the elevations on the north and the south. Despite they're not the Dixie elevation, they're still going to be visible, and the building will look complete with these improvements. And the variance or the waiver that they are requested on the ground floor, as the applicant says, is minimum and is just needed to accommodate additional screening. So we don't have concerns about that, and we totally support it. Staff, as I say, supports the reduction in the parking structures and supports the waivers required for the accommodation of the structural columns, and supports improvements on the secondary facades on the north and the south also. We believe the application meets the requirements for the findings, meets the standards for the major amendment, and complies with Section 9432A amendment standards and Section 9435C site design qualitative development standards also. The planning board approved these requests on a 7-0 vote at the August 19, 2025, with the 3 conditions that were listed, and the applicant has addressed those ones. So I just want to go back to the parking issue, and I'm gonna call Veronica Altuve to talk a little bit about the parking demand for the university and how do we analyze that.
Good evening again, Veronica Altuve, City of West Palm Beach traffic engineer. The university does not have a parking requirement as per code. As per code, they are allowed to measure their parking demand every year, and they have to provide a parking demand report to the city every year. The last parking demand that was received was August 1st of this year, which states that the university as a whole has ample parking supply right now to accommodate their current demand. They have a little bit of additional parking that they may need for the residential students, but they can do operational changes in the parking within the university to accommodate those resident students. In the past, I should say in the previous commission meetings when they received the prior approval, the applicant stated that it was their goal to become more of a residential university as opposed to a commuter university. Resident students have a much lower parking demand than commuter students and faculty and staff, simply because they are on campus. And that actually translates to, yes, less traffic. The applicant also mentioned that they may want to have more parking because some of the students may want to go to off-campus for internships or for work or whatever it is that they need to do. But with additional transportation demand management, such as, and excuse me, I'm not trying to promote a certain type of company, but this is the one that comes to mind because I was the mobility director for the University of Miami for 5 years. The use of zip cars. Zip cars is basically like like 20 vehicles that the university could have on campus, and they are rentals for the students to use. So instead of students bringing a car, you know, they have the availability to rent a vehicle for a certain number of hours, and they and use that car. So that also allows for the lower parking demand because, again, instead of bringing a car, they can rent a car within the university. So there's a lot more of transportation demand management, as the mayor mentioned, that they could be more aggressive in the future in order to curb the parking needs and the traffic. I did 3 conditions of approvals when we did the review, when I did my review of the residential tower and the parking garage. And those conditions of approvals aim to make the parking study that they're supposed to provide stronger. I asked them for more data, such as give me for the past 15 years, and we're still working on the methodology, Chris and I, give me in the past 15 years, how your population have increased per the different populations, your resident students, your commuter students, your faculty and staff. The faculty and staff increases proportionately to your students, right? So based on that, we can start trying to make a determination of the outcome for the future. How fast, more or less, the university going to increase their student population, you know, since they have an increase of a threshold from a 3,000 to 5,000. And we can start making a determination at the outlook in the future of whether or not, you know, they continue to have enough ample parking supply right now with what they have and with this parking garage, 8.5 parking garage level that they're proposing to build, or whether or not, you know, they're not keeping that demand of parking low, or whether, and which also translates to traffic, which my condition of approval says if you are not curbing that and keeping it down, there's something more that you need to do. And we put a caveat in those conditions of approvals that says if we don't certify your parking study, you're no longer allowed to, you're not going to receive any more approvals. Whatever applications you may have in the pipelines, they're not going to be reviewed until we have a consensus of how we're going to fix the need for more parking, or, you know, you're not curbing your traffic. And again, that comes from more aggressive transportation demand management than what they have shown in their slides. There's other ones, you know. I know that the applicant mentioned that they have off-site parking areas, and they shuttle. Well, they could potentially have perhaps more satellite parking outside and shuttle the students, you know. I mentioned the zip cars, you know. I mentioned that right now, the first year resident students are not allowed to bring cars to campus. Well, it could be that they have to be more aggressive, and then that has to translate to the sophomores as well. So there's a more aggressive transportation demand management that could be put into place. And again, next year is going to be the first parking demand, it's the stronger parking demand study that, you know, we're still working out that they're going to produce. And it's also going to be the first year that they're going to collect traffic at every single parking resource. And that is something that they're going to do in a biannual base every other year, so that we can start developing that data that would allow us to make that determination in the future, whether or not they need to provide more aggressive transportation demand management so that they can continue curb the parking need and continue to maintain the traffic levels lower. So if you have any questions, let me know.
Since the city, according to Mr. Oyer, is the one who, I guess, establishes the number of parking spaces that they were supposed to have, are you now saying that based upon the information you just received, recently received, that in staff's opinion, there is currently sufficient parking capability?
Yes, there's currently sufficient parking for the current academic year, yes.
Okay. So even though there are a number of parking spaces lost, and Mr. Oyer had that in his chart, notwithstanding those parking spaces are not available now, there is currently sufficient parking capability.
So part of the parking study, they have to provide a documentation on what other parking resources they're using. And forgive me, if I remember correctly, there is another parking resource where they have entered into an agreement for additional parking. One tower? No,
Well, they have additional parking at Hibiscus Garage at City Place.
The Hibiscus Garage at the City Place. Right now, they are leasing parking spaces in that area to accommodate some of the parking losses that they have incurred at the moment, right? And they can continue to do that, continue to enter into leases with other parking providers in order to make sure that they have ample parking. But again, we want to also have more aggressive transportation demand management because, you know, for them to start leasing all over the place, that doesn't help us with the traffic in the city as well.
Okay, thank you very much. Anna Marie, what is staff recommending on this particular application that's before us? What's staff recommending?
We're recommending approval for the proposal for the reduction on the parking garage, the changes on the facade, and the waiver.
All right. Any questions for staff? President Lambert.
Thank you so much. First of all, I want to say thank you to Palm Beach Atlantic, President Schwinn, thank you for being here, to some of your board members who I know who are also here. You know, I appreciate through all of the years that I've been in Palm Beach County that Palm Beach Atlantic has always been a very valuable community partner, not just to the city, but to many of our business owners as well who have hired many of your graduates. So, you know, I look forward to continuing that partnership, and I can certainly understand the desire to want to house all of your parking, you know, on your own campus. And, you know, I understand the predicament that we're in here today. I have a question for Veronica, because you said you worked at another college campus as their parking or transportation director, I think you said. Anna Maria mentioned that college campuses are a prime target for multimodal forms of transportation. Can you talk to us a little bit about that and what that means?
Yes. Well, for example, at the University of Miami, you know, they were in a very unique, well-positioned because they have the Metro Rail station right in front of the campus. And a lot of students and a lot of faculty and staff use the Metro Rail stations. And there are several bus routes that Miami-Dade County provides on Ponce de Leon Boulevard, and there's a lot of shuttle system as well from the city of Coral Gables. And the university itself has two shuttle systems that interconnected the university and the transit station and with the shuttles in the area. So yes, one of the requirements that the University of Miami has to do every year is provide a mobility plan. And a mobility plan actually describes all the transportation demand management that the university has in place. And part of that documentation, it's the ridership on the shuttle system that the university has. And there was, every year it trickled up, because again, the university did not have a lot of space to continue to build parking, right? And structured parking is extremely expensive. So by their no first year allowed to be on campus, they subsidized shuttle,
Bus
transit,
fare.
yeah, transit and bus fares as well. And like I mentioned, that SIP card, they were able to keep their parking demand not at a plateau. Yeah, it increased a little bit, but it did not increase exorbitantly. They were able to keep it at a very good manageable levels.
Thank you.
Any questions for staff? All right, Commissioner Warren and Commissioner Peduzzi.
Veronica, I appreciate your experience. I'm glad that you've brought such a wealth of knowledge to this situation. And I also appreciate the innovative approach that you are taking and the recommendations that you're making to address the issues that are before us today. A couple of questions. You mentioned zip car rentals.
Mm-hmm.
Who purchases the zip cars?
I don't remember, but I can ask my contacts at the University of Miami whether or not the university purchased them or the actual company provided them, because the actual company provides them at the university since they received revenue, or if there's a revenue sharing. I can get back to you on that.
Okay, because there could be an implied cost to the university to do this, correct?
True. Maybe there is not.
And to do shuttles would be a cost to the university,
Right.
correct?
And I believe they do shuttles already from the remote
But we're
locations.
remedying, the goal was to remedy the
Correct.
use of the shuttle. So we're saying that we can still build a garage, but then the solution would be to continue what we've already been doing, which is to shuttle, which doesn't sound logical to me. Although I do recommend, or I do understand that there was a compelling argument that this is logical, but it seems like we would be building a garage to do the same behavior. And that is illogical to me. I'm trying to make sense of it. And I don't believe that we would be addressing the need to spend money on a garage, or the university would be spending money on a garage to continue to have fewer parking spaces than what they've needed, because we've had conflicting staff recommendations. We had an original staff recommendation, and now we have the staff recommendation that we received today. So I don't know, which one it is, but based off of the information that I have, it sounds to me that there is a need for the parking spaces that were originally requested.
Right now, based on my opinion, they need additional parking, right? 185 spaces, in my opinion, it's not that much of a difference.
It's a 20% difference.
Right, but but do we want to continue to allow for students and faculty and staff to bring more cars and create more traffic, or do we want to go into the route of more aggressive transportation demand management to curb that down? So that's the dilemma we are forced to deal with today.
My feeling is that 20% is a significant number. I would buy a pair of shoes if they're on sale for 20% discount. So to have a 20% reduction in parking when you're talking about everyday, ongoing use of that space, that seems pretty significant to me. And I'll leave it there. That's my opinion.
Okay.
Commissioner Baduzzi.
Thank you. Along those same lines, there is conflicting staff testimony now on record, because the last meeting, staff testified under oath that this was all needed. Okay, they recommended that we pass it, and during that discussion that we had, they were questioned repeatedly. Are you sure that you're recommending this still? And they were adamant. They stuck to it. They said, yes, we're still recommending it. It was testimony. Now you're coming here today testifying to us that it's not necessary. So you see where the problem this creates, because the circumstances, and I asked Mr. Oyer this, what are the changed circumstances that would make it so that staff is going to take a completely different position, that's going to testify differently, okay? And I was told there is no change in circumstances. There may be a different way of looking at it. There may be different staff opinions, and you're not the same staff that was here before. We all know that, right? So it's just, I struggle with it, because not only do we know that staff recommended it, we also know from hearing Mr. Oyer tonight that staff pushed for the 11 stories, that they actually said, no, you need it, and we're not going to let you do something less than you need. And now you're testifying that 185 spaces just, well, it's not that much. It's not that many spaces. And tell that to the people that are trying to find a space, that 185 spaces is not a lot of spaces. It's a lot of spaces, So that's what I'm struggling with. I am inclined tonight to rely on the testimony that I heard from other people, from the university, from representatives in the last meeting. That was testimony given under oath that they needed it, testimony from staff that they needed it. Because I've really only heard from you and Mr. Oyer now, the only testimony we've heard tonight. It wasn't dozens of people like we had last time. and just stick with that 11-story plan. I think that's the only reasonable way to go here.
President Lambert.
I don't know that I think that anyone's being untruthful here. I think that if we allowed the parking, they would fill it. If we would limit the parking, they might look for other creative solutions for transportation. That's what I hear being presented today, is we could fill, and we all, the three of us have sat on the TPA, right? And we've had meetings and discussions about this. Commissioner Fox has traveled abroad and learned about the importance of bus and transportation. I can see very visual, I'm sure we've all seen it, the picture of 3 buses and that they each hold 30 or 40 people each, and how that takes up much less space than 30 or 40 cars times 3 of those buses. And so it's just a matter of, what does this body want to move forward with? Do we want more parking spaces in a larger garage, or do we want to be creative and incentivize transportation demand management? And, Commissioner Fox, you have traveled abroad. You have been our representative on the TPA, extremely passionate about this, and you've been very quiet on this. I value your opinion, and I would love to hear what you have to say about it.
May I? Please. No. So, to Commissioner Peduzzi, my testimony hasn't changed from before to now, because that is the reason why I put in those conditions of approvals, because parking and traffic, as you know, it's very dynamic. It can change. So we can make an educational guess of what is going to happen based on what has transpired in the past, right? But what has transpired in the past, again, the transportation demand management that they have may or may not be enough for the future, now that they have a much higher threshold that they were given approval for. So I just wanted to make that comment for you, Alan, Commissioner.
And I think it's a mischaracterization. I don't think staff ever forced the university to build an 11-story garage. So that's a mischaracterization. In terms of the testimony that you want to believe or follow, generally the testimony closest to the time of the decision is probably the most current. But anyway, there's a decision to be made here, so I don't know if there are any other questions, comments. Commissioner Fox?
Thank you, Mayor. I was not actually at the meeting where this was voted on, so it was actually 4-0, because I was on a TPA trip looking at mobility options and bike lanes to bring back to the city. So the irony that I actually probably would not have supported this garage because I don't ever want to tell people they can't drive, but I feel like the more parking that we build, the less opportunity there are for us to have incentives to look for other options. And so I think that students are the natural group to begin testing different standards. And so my preference would be to have this smaller garage, and I think it does look beautiful. I think the changes, I really appreciate the work that's been done. But I also hear my colleagues today, and although I probably wouldn't have supported this garage originally, I always appreciate what good partners PBAU has been to the city. And I know this has been important to you, but I support the process here. And so this was a garage that was supported 4-0 based on what was heard at the time. And although I may not have supported the garage at the time, I do support my colleagues in the process, that I'm not always on the side of the winning vote. And so I think tonight I will, if my colleagues decide that they would like to stick with their original vote, I will support that as well.
Well, if you're thinking about what the university this is their application to us. They came to us and said, we want to propose an alternative, and they volunteered what is before us tonight. This is not something they were forced to do, and that's why I asked Mr. Warrior. I mean, it seems like there was a desire, his words, to be a good corporate citizen, combined with a more aggressive use of TDM strategies, and that. So the question is, do they still want to be a good corporate citizen, or do they want to revert back to what was before? Mr. Warrior seemed really kind of wishy-washy on that, so I'm not sure how committed they are to being the so-called good corporate citizen, which is a little bit disingenuous, quite frankly. Either you are or you aren't. And so it sounds like, well, we could go either way. Either you're committed to being a good corporate citizen or you aren't. It doesn't sound like they have that same degree of commitment. However, they do have an application before us, supported by staff. I don't know if anyone from the university, we've got the president here, we've got some staff members, if they wanted to speak themselves as opposed to through their hired mouthpiece, Mr. Warrior, as to their desires. Maybe we could hear from them. But, you know, this is their application. This is the university's application. Mr.
Mayor, I'm sorry, I just wanted to clarify something. Armando Fana, Assistant City Administrator. A couple things I wanted to clarify. One is the report the conditions that were issued by the traffic engineer have not changed from the previous meeting to this meeting. It's the same conditions that existed, which is to maximize the TDM strategy. So that is not, there's no change there. The number of spaces or trying to estimate the spaces is based off, when it comes to university, is based off their traffic analysis that's supposed to be submitted to us. Not just the condition we're putting in now, that was the previous conditions. So that analysis is not, it's not black and white as to the number of spaces. It depends on the analysis that's provided. And the third thing I wanted to point out is we have an evaluation taking place soon on a request for a qualification for transportation provider, which will be the largest single investment the city's ever made in public transportation. And part of that is to get people in and out of downtown and around downtown. So those are all factors that need to be taken into account.
So, Mr. Mayor, if I sounded wishy-washy, let me clarify. We applied for the 8.5 stories. This was our voluntary application to be a good community partner because we heard people say, this is too tall, I'm uncomfortable with it, does it really need to be that tall? Your question to me was, can we deal with this through TDMs? We can, we always have been. Is it harder for us as the student enrollment increases? Yes, it is. The challenge we face is that we're losing off-site parking agreements periodically. We don't control those. When someone decides to develop, like you guys decide to develop the tent site, you know, we lose them. We can continue to do that, and our application, to be 100% clear, is 8.5 stories. And if you would grant that, that's what we're going to build, and we can probably structurally engineer that to hold more stories in the future if 8.5 is not enough, and we need to come back to you in the future and make a case for putting more on top of it. So I hope I'm clear this time, but I don't want any of you to think that it's easy. We turn this report in once a year, and every year we have to justify it. And what happens if we lost off-site parking agreements during that year? What do we tell the kids who have applied and been accepted? Sorry, we actually have to change the rules on you. Or they've been accepted and they're in their second or third year, fourth year, and we have to change the rules. So I hope you can appreciate the challenges that we're dealing with. We also spend about $1 million a year in off-site parking agreements. You know, would we rather spend that to build our own permanent infrastructure? We would. So maybe a good compromise is our application is for 8.5. We think that's in the best interest of the neighborhood and the community. And we can probably structurally engineer that so that if we need to add more in the future, we come back to you with the justification to add more in the future. So I don't know if that's any more clear, but just like Veronica says, this is dynamic, I agree with her. You know, whatever we decide tonight, next week, our parking demand may actually be a little bit different.
Do you prefer the 8.5-story garage? Does PB8 prefer the 8.5-story garage?
That's a tough question to answer. Yes, or we would not have applied for it. But, you know, foreseeable demand in the future means we're probably going to need more on-campus parking very shortly, which is why maybe it's a good suggestion that we build an 8.5 now, see how it goes, and if we need to add more in the future, we come back to you if we cannot find another location or we cannot continue to off-site it or run shuttles or the things Veronica suggested that may be in our future that we cannot foresee on how human beings move around. Maybe that will solve it for us.
Commissioner Ward.
Thank you. And Harvey, I appreciate the difficult situation that you're in. I don't feel that you were wishy-washy. I feel that you are acknowledging the fact that this body approved an 11-story and listened to staff comments. Veronica, I appreciate your commentary. I don't think you were very much involved in the last meeting. And so that's extraordinarily helpful. But I also think that, you know, we discussed it, we discussed the facade, and then afterwards a press release was submitted saying that you guys would go down to 7 stories. I'm sure that pressured you guys a little bit. So, you know, I feel like we have to give them a little bit of grace here because they're coming back to us even though they already got the approval for the 11 stories because a press release was released saying that they would agree to 7 stories.
So
No, they volunteered to come back. They volunteered. They contacted me. They volunteered. I didn't put any pressure on them. This is a decision that they made to come to me and say they wanted to lower the garage.
That's correct. We came back, we made an appointment with the mayor and said, look, we don't want to have any consternation in the community. If you think it's too big, too ugly, we're going to work on the aesthetics. And what if we voluntarily reduced it? And we could only reduce it to 8.5 stories. So that's what we submitted.
President Lambert.
I think it's very rare I don't know that we've ever had a developer, at least in the almost 8 years that I've served on the commission, a development project come to us and ask to lower in height. And that is the application that is in front of us. I would like to support that with the staff recommended motion. However, I think there's another commissioner who has her hand raised.
Are you making a motion?
I was just saying I would like to,
Okay,
however,
all right.
I'm giving deference to his.
All right, Commissioner Peduzzi, and then Commissioner Warren.
Thank you. Just as a point of order, maybe for the city attorney or mayor, is there any way to separate these two motions? They're wrapped up together, both the facade and the height, or the amendment to the height. Is there a way to separate those motions so we could vote twice?
Is that a question for the city attorney?
Yes.
You have a single drafted resolution that approves. It would require a new two resolutions potentially. I'm not certain how you would do it, and I'd also need help from staff to know. Included in that's also a waiver for the columns, and I don't know if that's tied to.
The height is irrelevant.
Okay.
It supports the cosmetics. So no matter how tall the garage is, we need the waiver for the support columns if you like the cosmetics.
There's an application for 3 things. One is the height or the level of the number of levels, 8.5 stories, one for the waiver, and one for the
cosmetic improvement,
the facade. So you asking, can I do 2 separate motions to approve 3 things in one resolution? I wouldn't recommend that, but.
3 motions then?
But it's a motion to approve. Let's look at the draft motion. It's a motion to approve the resolution, which does 3 things. It's a hard time to get. It's a major amendment. guess I need to.
While she's looking, Commissioner Warren, you had your hand up.
Thank you so much. And the great word that was used tonight was compromise. And I realized that there were 11 stories that were approved. You went back and reconsidered in order to fall in line with what the feedback that you received at that commission meeting, which was for a lower height. And the floor that you came up with, the absolute fewest spaces that you needed in order to move forward with your construction and the plans that you had was 8.5 stories. Would it be a compromise, an appropriate compromise, to approve the 8.5 stories with the facade as submitted, with the ability not to exceed 11 stories based upon your growth and your needs, because you won't need 11 stories to get started? Would it, or would that be too costly to look at it that way?
I don't know. I'd need to ask the architect if it'd be too costly. I was asking that question, whether we could engineer it to add to it in the future. I mean, I think that would be a good outcome for us. That way we wouldn't have to come back in the future to add up to 185 more spaces. But I don't know if that works for the public, because the public said that's too big, and I don't want to circumvent our offer to compromise on the aesthetics, but that would allow us, if we've underestimated the parking demand, to not go through a major amendment process again, spend tens of thousands of dollars if we could add to it in the future via this approval.
Your compromise has been heard, and I'd just like to know as well from my colleagues, what do you think of that compromise to be able to approve the 8.5 with the facade, with the requests that were made, with the ability for them to, if in the event that they are able to make it work, be able to go up to 11 stories without having to come back to this body for additional approval?
Well, let's have the city attorney weigh in and see if that's even possible.
Part of the resolution that approves the application, if you will, includes with it the site plan. So this most recent application has the site plan and the approval of the development conditions that's geared toward the 8.5-story parking garage. So all you're approving is that. So I'm not certain how you would then also approve the additional, I guess, 1.5 stories without also having the plans that go with that, because it's not what's part of the application, that what's been noticed and what everybody's here for. So I hear Mr. Oyer's concern about the public and the perception and their ability to weigh in, because what's been noticed for tonight is the application for the 8.5 stories, not the application for some other number of stories. So I think that what they would do is just like they did tonight, and that's if there's an amendment that's needed, it's a major amendment, and you would do a major amendment to include the plans that were necessary to do the additional 2.5 stories.
President Lambert and Commissioner Peduzzi.
In my 8 years as a city commissioner, there have been a handful of times when things didn't go quite as easily as we might like, and I would categorize this as one of those times that, you know, it's maybe been a little bit messy, and although I value and I appreciate the debate and the great dialogue that we've had on this dais, but I want to go back to that the applicant has submitted a proposal for 8.5 stories and has also in compromise said that it looks like that they can build it in a way that should in the future they need additional parking, that they could then come back to us and have the public process to go through that. But in the meantime, that they are willing to invest in the transportation demand management. And I think that we should at least propose that motion so that we can consider the application that they have in front of us.
Commissioner Peduzzi.
I just wanted to briefly respond to Commissioner Warren's commentary, and I appreciate trying to find some sort of way forward here with this. But what we have to remember is that by right, given by this commission, they can already go up to 11 stories. There's no one that can dispute that. Right now, as it sits, they have the right to go to 11 stories. If we approve the facade, they can have the facade they want, and they can have their 11 stories. There's no need to even vote on the amendment. That's what I just want to make sure we all are on the same page here, that they already have the authority by right, given by this commission, with a 4-0 unanimous vote.
And in light of that fact, they still came to us and said we would propose an 8.5-story garage. They knew they had the right when they came to us, and they said, and notwithstanding the fact we know we have the right to build an 11-story garage, we voluntarily propose that we build an 8.5-story garage. And I don't think that should go ignored, that this is something that they came to us with for whatever reasons that motivated them. Mr. Warrior used the term being a good corporate citizen or whatever. But this is a proposal they made to us. We didn't force them to do this. And at the time they made it, they had the vote. So, I mean, I think there's some weight should be given to the fact that this is a proposal that they've made, and they've asked us to consider it tonight for a vote. And they're entitled to get a decision on that. All right, where are we? Any other questions for staff or for the applicant? Any other discussion? Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion.
Mayor, I move to approve resolution number 214-25 for a major amendment to the Palm Beach Atlantic University Community Service Plan Development to amend the parking garage structure approved by resolution number 74-25 by reducing the number of parking levels to grant a waiver to the building setback along South Dixie Highway and to provide for a more contextually appropriate wrap for the treatment of the building facades of the garage structure. This motion is based upon their application submitted, the staff report, factual testimony, the recommendation of the planning board, and the findings that the request complies with the comprehensive plan and the standards in sections 94-32 and 94-35 of the city's zoning and land development regulations.
It's been moved. Is there a second? It's been moved. Is there a second?
I'll second.
All right, it's been
Discussion.
moved and seconded.
Discussion.
All right, discussion?
Could I ask for a roll call vote, please, as opposed to a voice vote?
And I would like a discussion point.
Commissioner Ward?
So while I agree that we approved something, and I worry about the immense amount of issues that come with not having enough parking, I take what Veronica said very seriously. And I do like the idea that they can build and come back to us. I don't want to put them in an even more of a tough position that they're already in to have to come to us after we made a decision. And so I just feel like, given the fact that they're willing to do it and willing to make it work, and they chose to come here, that we should move forward in that regard.
Any other discussion? Madam City Attorney, what do we do about the request for a roll call vote?
There's no reason that you can't do a roll call vote.
I mean,
You
does that
certainly
require a vote
can.
to do a roll call vote? Or?
There's no requirement.
Okay,
Everybody's
all right.
vote's recorded in the microphone, but
All right, if you don't mind calling a roll at the appropriate time. Any other comments on the motion? All right. Madam Attorney, can you call the roll, please? Madam City
Clerk.
Attorney. Oh, the clerk is here. Yeah, okay. I'm sorry, I thought you'd gone home like I wanted to do.
Commissioners,
Yes, Madam Clerk. Call the roll.
Commissioners, when I call your name, please announce your vote. Commissioner Lambert?
Yay.
Commissioner Ward? Commissioner Warren?
Nay.
Commissioner Fox?
Nay.
Commissioner Peduzzi?
Nay.
All
The
right,
motion.
so motion dies.
Yes.
Okay.
Is there an opportunity for another motion?
Okay. The answer to your question, yeah, I mean, we're here, so if there's an alternative motion to be made.
I move that we approve the facade iteration that's been presented to us this evening. Good enough?
What about the waiver?
You got a resolution.
Okay, let me look at it.
The resolution is tripartite. So, I don't know, I'll ask the city attorney. I mean, can you separate, can you vote on bits and pieces of a single resolution?
Mayor, may I ask a question?
Yeah.
Is it
But
possible?
let me get the answer to the question from the city attorney that I asked. Can we vote on bits and pieces of a single resolution?
If you vote different from the drafted resolution, the resolution would have to be amended to match the vote. So I think it depends on what the vote is. As drafted, no.
I was going to ask if we could ask the applicant if the timing of this matters, we can table it, get the correct resolution, get the correct motion that the commissioner wants to propose so that we do it right. I feel like this has been discussed a number of ways. I just want to make sure we get it right.
It's a very good point. You want to address that, Mr. Warrior?
You know, I'll try. I don't want to substitute my judgment for your city attorney.
Her question as to whether there's any time sensitivity to us doing this tonight.
Is there a time sensitivity? Let me ask the.
Well, that's.
I am being told that we are submitting the vertical permits, that they're ready and ready to be turned in tomorrow. So to answer your question, I guess a delay does make a difference.
Okay. Commissioner Warren, you had your hand up.
Would it be possible to move forward with the recommendation with different verbiage where it says to amend the parking garage structure and by reducing the number of levels? Can that be stricken and modified, or does that have to change everything completely? If it is read with the original 11 levels that were requested, and that is read into the record. It says here, by reducing the number of parking levels to grant a waiver to the building setback, instead of saying by reducing the number of parking spaces, could we say to proceed with the original amount of parking spaces requested, or 11 levels instead of 8.5? Can we swap out the?
Commissioner Warren, the motion is not the hard part. The motion, you simply strike that part of the language and pick up where it says to provide for more contextually appropriate, to grant the waiver. You just start there, to grant the waiver of the building setback along South Dixie Highway and to provide for a more contextually appropriate wrap. That's not the difficult part. It's the parsing out the portions of the resolution that deal with the 8 stories and the approval of the site plan for that. And I just have to find that language to see which part you're not approving.
Do you have that one? Listen, I don't want to stay here all night trying to parse this out. So I understand there may be time sensitivity, but if we can't get the language worked out within the next 5 minutes, we're just going to call. And I don't know what to tell your client, Mr. Warrior. Let me state for the record, though, I do appreciate the willingness of Palm Beach Atlantic to voluntarily walk away from what they had been previously approved, so I don't want that to go unstated. So thank you, Palm Beach Atlantic, for your willingness to be good corporate citizens.
So would an appropriate motion be to approve resolution number 214-25 for major amendment to the plan to the Palm Beach Atlantic University Community Service Plan Development to amend the parking garage structure approved by resolution number 7425 to grant a waiver to the building setback along South Dixie Highway and provide a contextually appropriate wrap for the treatment of the building facade of the garage structure.
If it was as simple as a motion, yes, but I'm going to let Anna speak to what the problem and difficulty with parsing out the plans that are attached to the resolution itself. It's not possible because they didn't submit the appropriate plans. Well, they're first give the testimony about the issue with the resolution so everybody understands.
I mean, the resolution listed the drawings that are included. That includes the facade that was proposed. It includes all the drawings that include only 8 stories, 8.5 stories. It doesn't include the 11 stories. So we'll have to amend that. But I think we could.
Okay, based upon that testimony, this is not happening tonight. Okay, I'm sorry. Because we don't have the capability of changing the drawings and all the other stuff. So this is not happening tonight.
Commissioner, President Lambert, if you'd like to make the motion again.
What?
The original motion.
What are you running?
I'm not running anything.
Are you asking for something?
I'm asking if she wants to make the original motion.
I'm running the meeting, so did you have something to say, Commissioner Lambert?
Well, I didn't until, I guess, what I'm hearing Commissioner Warren say is that she would now be in favor of the original motion. Is that what you're suggesting?
Can we make a motion again once it's already been killed? I don't think from the Robert's Rules of Order you can't do that.
What I'm guessing, and I don't mean to put words in your mouth, is that we don't want to hold up the PBAU project, and I'm sensing that.
Well, under Robert's Rules of Order, once a motion has died, can you remake the same motion?
Under Robert's rules, the same motion is not supposed to be brought again.
So we don't have that capability. Yes, Commissioner Peduzzi.
Just to try to get out of here, can I one more shot maybe at trying a motion that just approves the facade? We can't just do, because the original vote stands approving the 11 stories. Why can't we just vote to approve the facade?
And I would defer to Anna again, but my understanding is even the facade drawings are showing a facade on the 8 stories as opposed to the full 11 stories of the building. And I've also been reminded that there is a motion for reconsideration that perhaps you can do to reconsider the vote on the winning side. If that's
all right. So under Robert's rules, we could vote to reconsider the motion that got killed.
From the side that prevailed under the original motion.
From the side that prevailed.
So
somebody
Warren. Who voted against it could make the motion.
Correct.
So that's you, Commissioner Warren. If you are so inclined.
I am. She's looking for it, Mayor.
Colleagues, I move to approve resolution number 214-25 for a major amendment to the Palm Beach Atlantic University Community Service Plan Development to amend the parking garage structure approved by resolution number 74-25 by reducing the number of parking levels to grant a waiver to the building setback along South Dixie Highway and to provide for a more contextually appropriate wrap for the treatment of the building facades of the garage structure. This motion is based upon the application submitted, the staff report, factual testimony, the recommendation of the planning board, and the findings that the request complies with the comprehensive plan and the standards in section 94-32 and 94-35 of the city's zoning and land development regulations.
Point of clarification, Madam City Attorney. Do we need a motion to reconsider? Is that the motion that
That's
should
the
be on
more
table?
appropriate, yes. The motion to reconsider first, then you get a second, and then if that is carried, then you can make the motion to approve.
I move that we reconsider approval of resolution number 214-25.
Okay, it's been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Discussion. All those in favor of the motion to reconsider, say aye.
Aye.
No, I'm sorry. Do you want a roll call, Commissioner?
You can do it this way. This is fine.
Okay, all those on the motion to reconsider, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed to the motion to reconsider, say aye.
Aye.
Is that a tie?
No.
Only heard two voices, so.
This is the motion to reconsider.
Right. Aye, which one? In favor or against?
Okay, so we have 3 votes to reconsider. Okay, so that motion passes. Now, Commissioner Warren, if you want to, will it be Commissioner Warren or would it be Commissioner President Lambert to make the motion?
Commissioner
Does it make a
Warren.
difference?
Commissioner Warren should make the
That's
vote.
fine, that's fine. That's great. Now, Commissioner Warren.
I move approval of resolution number 214-25 for a major amendment to the Palm Beach Atlantic University Community Service Plan Development to amend the parking garage structure approved by resolution number 74-25 by reducing the number of parking levels, to grant a waiver to the building setback along South Dixie Highway, and to provide for a more contextually appropriate wrap for the treatment of the building facades of the garage structure. This motion is based upon the application submitted, the staff report, factual testimony, the recommendation of the planning board, and the findings that the request complies with the comprehensive plan and the standards in section 94-32 and 94-35 of the city's zoning and land development regulations.
All right, it's been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Commissioner Fox.
Thank you. I want to clarify what we've talked about several things here in terms of whether or not there's a compromise for them coming back to the 11 stories if they decide they need them. That's obviously not in the motion that was presented because we only just talked about it. So how do we make that something that is included so that we know that should they need to reconsider the height that they can come back for the approval?
Not part of this motion. So the motion that's on the table has been moved and seconded. So we're discussing that motion.
If I may, though, for clarification, Commissioner Fox, they have the ability to, I'm sorry, Mayor, I thought you called on me. I didn't mean to go. They do have the ability to do a major amendment if they need to come back, and it would come before the body.
Any other questions on the motion? All right, Madam Clerk, can you call roll, please?
Commissioner Lambert?
Yay.
Commissioner Warren? Commissioner Fox?
Yay.
Commissioner Peduzzi?
Nay.
The motion carries 3-1.
All right. Thank you. Motion passes. All right. Now time for, do we have any cards for public comment? Okay. She's not here anymore. Danielle Underwood? Okay, she's not here anymore. Okay, we will now turn to comments from the dais, and we'll begin with you, President Lambert.
I will shorten my comments just to mention one upcoming event, which is Jack the Bike Man, who many of us know and support this organization, provides free bicycles to many families in the community for children and those who might need a bike at no cost or very low cost, and they also work to fix bicycles. And so they are doing a community bike drive, and they've partnered with our fire departments, and they are doing a drive on Friday, October 10th at Fire Station 2, 4, and 6. And I know that they'll be sending out more information on this soon. And then also, Mayor, I saw it was your birthday today. Thank you for spending it with us.
Oh, it's been my delight and pleasure. Thank you. Commissioner, I will go to you, Commissioner Warren.
No comment.
Commissioner Peduzzi?
Yeah, I was going to wish you a happy birthday, too. I saw it on heading in here. Happy birthday, Mayor, and that's no other comment.
Okay, it's my job. Commissioner Fox?
Thanks, Mayor. Just one comment. Commissioner Peduzzi and I sit on the TPA board, as you know. We, in our last meeting, voted to change the name from Palm Beach TPA back to its original name, which was the Palm Beach Metropolitan Planning Organization, the MPO. We are only one of two MPOs in the state that went by a different name, and so for that and other reasons, they've decided that for their 50th anniversary, which is coming up in 2027, we want to have everything changed back to Palm Beach MPO starting soon, but officially everything will be done by that date in 2027. So just wanted to let you all know. That's it.
Thank you. And then very briefly, but these are important. So our Green Market returns for its 31st season on this Saturday. It'll be the biggest in our history with a record 150 vendors, including 45 new ones. And the season will run longer through May 30th, 2026. The theme will be From the Ground Up, and it honors how the Green Market has grown into more than a place to shop. It's a community incubator where farmers and small businesses thrive. The Green Market success is rooted in the passion and commitment of its organizers, vendors, sponsors, and volunteers. Together, they've grown the Green Market to one of the nation's best. And I look forward to another season of celebrating this incredible community tradition. At our most recent commission meeting, we had the privilege of honoring outstanding leaders from our Hispanic community as part of our celebration of Hispanic Heritage Month. Building on that momentum, the Mandel Public Library is offering special programming all month long for kids, teens, and adults. And on Friday, October 10th, we'll continue the celebration with our Hispanic Heritage Community Celebration right here at the City Hall courtyard. From 7 to 10 p.m., the courtyard will come alive with the sights, sounds, and flavors of Hispanic culture. This free event is open to all, presented in partnership with the Mandel Public Library and the West Palm Beach Downtown Development Authority. I encourage all residents and neighbors to join us as we honor the rich heritage, traditions, and contributions of our Hispanic community. That same evening, on October 10th, our Art in Public Places program will host an opening reception for Treefall, the third public art exhibition in the Mandel Public Library's Urban Living Room. The reception will take place from 6:30 to 8 p.m., and we invite everyone to join us and meet the talented artists behind the work. And then finally, I want to close with a note of pride in how our city is also leading the way in innovation and public safety. I'm proud to share that the West Palm Beach Police Department has been honored with the 2025 Aerial Achievement Award for Best New Drone as First Responder Program, which is presented by Skydio. Again, that award is the 2025 Aerial Achievement Award for Best New Drone as First Responder Program. Our police department is the first in Florida and in the entire country to operate a Skydio X-10-based drone as first responder program. This innovative initiative enhances officer efficiency, improves situational awareness, and strengthens our emergency response in high-density environment. This national recognition highlights the incredible innovation happening right here in West Palm Beach. Our police department is setting the standard for how cities can harness next-generation technology to keep communities safe while building trust with the people we serve. That concludes my remarks for tonight. Thank you for the birthday wishes. Good night, and God bless you in the great city of West Palm Beach. This meeting is adjourned.